He'd be up.
Yeah, he would be up. He would be about 4 times.
Yeah,
He
he'd
would
be
have
at 35K.
quadrupled his money if he had just left it alone and held on to it. And that's even with Bitcoin being down right now.
No, he quite literally lost 17K because he sold it and then he rebought it when it was on a low end and it got really high and he said there's no way it's going down. And within the next month it fucking plummeted. So he should have just sold the dumbass.
What it does, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general, Bitcoin being the market maker for the cryptocurrencies essentially, um, it'll spike up every few years and then it'll kind of drop off and down to a steady state for a year or two. But generally, yeah, Ethereum is definitely rising. Ethereum is definitely rising. And a lot of those other cryptocurrencies that are in that, yeah. Ethereum's currently the leading one to it. Though Bitcoin's still in the lead, it still has the highest market cap.
Ethereum's a proof of stake one?
Ethereum is getting close, though.
So am I like, so question, am I just like actually retarded?
Then again, Cardano seems to be getting there a little bit faster than Ethereum.
I know you're streaming. But like,
it's hard to say if they'll
I just can't
catch up though, because it's a pretty big gap.
Can't tell if I'm like stupid, but what is the point of crypto? What is owning crypto? Like, what does crypto even do for the world?
What's
like,
the point of having the American dollar? It's not backed by anything.
But the difference is it's a physical thing that you can trade. I guess it's true.
Is it really though? Do you have cash on you, and how much cash do you own?
$20. I don't have a lot.
Okay.
I'm broke as fuck. But I don't know.
What's the point?
Like, yes, I do. A small amount I know the blockchain is. I can't say I know it to an extent. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to understand.
Clara Penelope.
Anyway, so the thing is you have to so it was verifying the transaction itself, right? So why is that important? Okay, so you have basically a network of computers that are all back checking and verifying and rechecking that these transactions are real. So you can't just go in and be like, oh, let me just add a couple zeros, boom, I've got 10,000 Bitcoin now. No, it doesn't work, because if it does, it would flag it as false on all the other computers that are constantly back verifying in the network. The more computers in the network, the more in real time it's able to manage and verify everything is correct. But there is no central entity. There's no Federal Reserve. There's no banks, right? So the thing is because there's no middleman and everything is back verified basically as a community through a network of computers, the fees that are normally put onto different transfers and things like that you go through the chain of banks is now applied through the chain of the transaction itself, and those fees are then rewarded back to the people that made the verification possible, and that's how they're able to mine the Bitcoin. Okay, does that make sense? So, like it's a little confusing, but it really isn't.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. Now the thing is the problem with proof of work, right? Proof of work is very energy intensive. It's you have to run all these systems continuously through GPU power, blah blah blah, because they found that GPUs are the best when it comes to hashing out and solving out these algorithms, these problems. And so that's why GPUs shortages are there. That's why mining is so big and powerful, because everyone got into this hysteria that they can go and buy these GPUs and go basically mine free money, right? And the thing is, the value of the coin kept going up as more people were adopting the authenticity of the Bitcoin. And the reason why the Bitcoin was so interesting is because it's decentralized, it's a limited resource, and it is basically an anti-inflation tool. And when you look at the US dollar and you look at all this other fiat currency in the world, right, it is very intriguing to get involved with, because it's almost a hedge against the financial collapse, right? And as things started getting more crazier and the inflation rate started going higher and all this kind of crazy stuff that the Federal Reserve was changing and pumping more money into the system, the more this blockchain was looking very enticing, because there is no Federal Reserve that can just go pump in more coins, right? It's not possible.
Kind of how they're pumping coins with the stimulus checks. They're pumping money into the economy.
Right, so there's a reason why people were kind of comparing it to gold, right? Gold is a limited metal that everyone sees as a precious metal, and so people would invest in gold and silver because there's a limited resource of it, and the US dollar is no limited resource, right? And so people were like, well, the dollar is going to inflate to ridiculous levels. How do I hedge against it? I'm going to buy silver and I'm going to buy gold. That's what, our parents and our grandparents did, right? Now you go into a digital age, and instead of having to hold these freaking silver nuggets in your house, all right, you're able to hold these digital currencies, but it's still limited. There's no extra, and it's verified based on the blockchain. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, now fast forward to recently, and people started coming up with a new model that's more energy efficient, and doesn't require proof of work to work. And how does it work? Proof of stake. All right. So proof of stake is a little bit different. Proof of stake is, all right, imagine a limited number of coins. Okay. And then the limited number of coins make up a liquidity pool. Okay. So it's the number of coins. It's the liquidity pool. So how much ever money's inside the liquidity pool, and then however many coins exist, you divide the liquidity pool by the number of coins that exist, and that's how much each coin is worth. And it's constantly back verified through a network of the blockchain. So it's always counted. The liquidity pool is always counted and kept up with. And the reason why proof of stake is interesting is because proof of stake basically means as long as you're holding the coin, you're staking your coin. That's proof of stake. You get to get more coins. So how do they do that? Well, they usually add a transaction fee. Okay? Just like Bitcoin. So let's say the transaction fee is 10%. All right? 5% is rewarded back to all the people holding, which is the proof of stake, right? So you're mining coins just by holding it. And the other 5% goes back in the liquidity pool. right? So the authenticity of the coin stays consistent and stays continuous as long as people hold it. If people start pulling out, then the liquidity pool is less, right? If there's $100,000 in the pool and there's 100 coins and each coin's worth 1,000, right? But let's say $50,000 gets pulled out of the pool, but there's still 1,000 coins, right? I mean, there's still did I say 100 coins? I said 100 coins. There's still 100 coins. Well, now each coin is worth $500. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, as more people adopt the use case of the cryptocurrency for whatever it is, right? And as more people adopt and hold the coin of proof of stake, the more money goes in the liquidity pool. So let's say now there's $200,000 in the pool. Now each coin is worth $2,000. Now let's say more money gets put in the pool and more people are holding and more people are holding the system accountable. And the thing is you holding proof of stake just makes it so that you believe in the value of the coin, just like you believe in the value of the dollar and its exchange power, right? You believe that the dollar is worth X amount because you just are told that it is, and you are willing to spend, and you're allowed to you are deciding to use that dollar to buy that good or service, and you believe that that's worth, right? Well, the same thing can be applied for trading cards. Trading cards, people are like, well, you know what? This trading card's rarer than this trading card, and I believe that its worth is X amount of buying power. So I might trade this trading card with this other trading card, or I might trade this trading card and barter with something else, or I might trade this trading card into a US dollar first, so it's a universal currency of sorts, that I can then have more options to buy things, right? Well, the same thing goes for cryptocurrencies, except the difference is that they are a universal buy method, right, for a specific use case that is decentralized. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it was just.
So the reason why people are excited about cryptocurrency, there's two reasons. One, people see it as a quick rich scheme, okay? But the funny thing is, the more people that believe they can make money off of it, the more money people will make off of it.
The more you believe, the more you make. Now give me your money. This is
seriously. So it's like this, right? It's like this. Let's say me and Becca, we create a coin, we create a currency, right? And we put in $10 each, right? And we made 10 coins. And so now each coin, so there's $20 in the pool, and each coin is worth exactly, yeah. So it's $20 in the pool, all right, and each coin is worth now $2, right? But then Becca and I start trading it back and forth for different things, and then you guys like what we're trading it back and forth for, and you want to get in on the action, and we're like, all right, you want to use this coin too? Go ahead and buy some, put some in there, right? So then they put in another $10, right?
I understand.
And so now there's $30 in the pool, but still only 10 coins. So how much is each coin is worth? $3.
It's $3 now. Yeah, to keep slowly going, the more people put money in, the more people.
Yeah. So Dogecoin pumped up super hard because of mass hysteria and hype. But the funny thing is, like, to move it up 1 cent, it took billions of dollars to move it. So when you take that into perspective, when you recognize that Dogecoin went from like 4 cents all the way up to like 70 cents, right? That is $66 billion of people pulling their money in, believing that the coin is worth of value. That's how that works.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Alright. Well, thanks for the explanation.
Comparison Bitcoin's market cap is $675,820,613,165.
It was over $1 trillion at one point. So yeah, that's all it is, Bunny.
It's over $1 trillion from
So if you compare that to the US dollar,
9th, maybe March 8th.
the US dollar, I believe there's $32 trillion in circulation. So if you use the same analogy, that means that there's 32 trillion US dollars of buying power that everybody that agrees to the system has pulled into it. The difference is there's a centralized entity called the Federal Reserve and the US government that can just keep adding more to that pool. And if you put more coins in the pool, then that brings the value of each coin down.
And the more money
And
you
that
put
that
into
is
it,
what
the more
causes
coins
that's what
cost.
causes inflation, because then prices go up because the buying power is less, right?
Yeah, like my
So
bacon Takis cost like $4.30.
so the blockchain and being decentralized, the reason why it's so intriguing and enticing is that at no point is it possible for someone to step in and be like, oh, let's just add another 20 coins in the pool because we need to, because it never will happen. And why is that so? And why is that possible? Is because a cryptocurrency can be divided infinitely. If a cryptocurrency of one coin is worth $10, but you need to buy something for $1, then you could trade 1/10 of a coin. If a currency is $10,000 and you need to buy something for $1, then you can trade something for 10,000ths of a coin. Which means it's infinitely divisible. There's no dollars and cents. We can't infinitely divide physical currency, right? Physical dollars, physical cents, right? That's why we have dollars and cents. That's as most as we can go. But digitally,
I'll give you a quarter of my penny for that stencil.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Just chop off half the penny.
So there's a limitation. There's a limitation to that. But let's say the entire, let's say for shits and giggles, all right? Let's say the US dollar completely collapses. Let's say all fiat currencies globally completely collapse, and we adopt cryptocurrencies as the new norm, right? And it's decentralized, and there's a limited quantity, right? Now, how much would each coin be worth? Well, let's look at Bitcoin, for example. Bitcoin, you got $1 trillion. Right? What's less than it now, but let's go back to 1 trillion. So when it was at 1 trillion, Jackson, wasn't it around like 55,000 a coin?
Yeah, about 56,000.
Okay. So I said earlier $32 trillion in US liquidity, right? So if for shits and giggles, let's say for shits and giggles, all $32 trillion of the US economy all adopt and switch completely 100% to Bitcoin, right? Well, then the market cap would be $32 trillion, or other words, 32 times 55,000. Now each individual coin is $1.76 million a coin. So then, of course, that really, really benefits the early adopters, huh?
Yeah, because they'll have the coins and they're all cheap. Drink a blue.
Exactly. So that's the enticing part, because it's such a speculative situation of the blockchain and all of its use cases. People are still trying to figure out what the best use case will be for, right? It's just like when the internet came out. The new concept of the internet, everyone didn't really know what the internet was going to do or how it was going to change things, and people just kept coming out with stuff, and you had the internet boom and internet market crisis, whatever, because people were getting too hyped up and hysterical about the internet, but it was too early. But then technology caught up and people started using the internet for other things, and now the internet has changed everything, right? In my opinion, what's happening with cryptocurrency is basically another hysteria hype bubble, okay, for the blockchain. Now, is it going to crash, or is the technology there? We don't know. But the point is that while everyone is flustered and freaking out and buying and selling and changing their minds and getting into all these crazy coins, it's just like people trying new things out and coming up with new technologies when the internet came out. Eventually, I believe the blockchain and its use cases will finally find its perfect match. And then that's when it will really start to get adopted hard. Right now, you've got like 4,000 plus different cryptocurrencies. You've got rug pulls and scams and things like that being pulled through them. It's a very unregulated, very new, infant environment, right? But as it becomes more widely adopted and as it starts to get more figured out, then I think things will change and we'll start to see who the leaders are. Who are the leading cryptocurrencies, crypto tokens, smart contracts, etc. The smart contract of Ethereum is ingenious, and that's why I think Ethereum is going to do very, very, very well. Ethereum is not a currency, Bunny. I don't know if you knew this. It's not a currency, so it's a lot more complicated than that. So remember how I was saying you can have something on a blockchain and then you can verify it across a network of things that indicates that you own that particular asset without all the extra personnel, staff, and actual people doing it, as it's just a network of verified transactions and ledgers of assets. Okay. Yeah. So Ethereum deals with smart contracts. So smart contracts is a little bit different. Smart contracts allows it to be universal. Okay. So there are crypto token smart contracts that are coming out that are running on the Ethereum blockchain that have to do with games, have to do with art, have to do with NFTs, have to do with buying movie tickets, right? Why is that? What does that mean? Well, okay, think of it where you had your rewards coins, like rewards points for different businesses you go to, like McDonald's. You get your rewards points and you can turn in a couple and you get a free Big Mac or something, right? Well, smart contracts, in a very, very defined term, okay? Imagine McDonald's has a blockchain verified smart contract token, all running on the Ethereum blockchain because it's the most adapted for this kind of use, okay? And they give you can get, for every purchase, you can get a Big Mac token. And what is that Big Mac token? Well, you could get 20 if you have 20 Big Mac tokens. Guess what? You've got 20 Big Mac coupons. You can trade those Big Mac coupons. You can buy those Big Macs. You can use Big Macs as a form of currency, right? As a form of value. Oh, Big Macs, we know they're worth about $3, right? Well, hey man, I got 10 Big Macs. You want to trade your 2 movie tickets? Yeah, sure. All right, you got the 2 movie ticket coins. I've got 10 Big Mac coins. All right, sweet. And then you can probably go to the establishment at McDonald's and they'll probably accept the Big Mac tokens for buying Big Macs, or the equivalent of a Big Mac compared to anything you're buying at McDonald's. So let's say you're buying a full meal, right? You're not just buying a Big Mac. Maybe you're just buying chicken nuggets, right? But the chicken nuggets and the meal and everything like that comes out to $6. They're like, that'll be 2 Big Mac tokens, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is, but it changes everything. Because now it's verifiable on a chain. There's no way to copy, counterfeit it, right? There's no way to add more to it. And the value and the trading value completely comes down to the economy and the free capitalistic viewpoint of that value. And that's smart contracts. So
the next big step is going to be quantum computing resistance.
Oh yeah, well, there you go, Jackson. That's my point, though. The blockchain, buddy, it's all the blockchain. It's all it is. The blockchain is the secret sauce behind all of this hysteria. while people figure out how to best use it and what it will be best used for, we're gonna go through all this craziness, okay? Some people will lose money, some people will gain money, some people will do nothing, some people will be skeptics and watch it, some people will be boomers right when the internet came out and think it was never gonna happen, nothing's ever gonna change from it. Smartphones are a myth, right? And then they eat their own words 20 years later, right? When everyone has it.
Smartphones are a myth, okay? Prove me wrong.
No, I'm not joking, man. Like, if you go back to like the 90s,
No, I know.
when the internet was coming out, everyone's like, why would I want a computer? What's the internet? What? That is so stupid. I don't need that. What is this? I can't see this. This isn't something. It's not something. It's not valuable. It's not gold, right? But now look. Now look what it's turned into, right?
There's
So
been kind of a whole series of transactional methods that have developed since the start of the internet. Like you had PayPal back in the early 2000s, and then you had Bitcoin to solve the duplicate spending problem. And then Ethereum came along with its smart contracts. And I think the next big thing is probably going to be whichever one is first to effectively solve the quantum computing problem.
perfect.
That's the way I see it.
But see, you are actively researching and keeping up with this. The mainstream people don't. They're too busy with their lives. They're too busy with whatever their funnel of focus is. And that's completely fine. But the whole point is that if you're blind to it, and it's going to catch you off guard, just like the internet did to our grandparents. That's why younger audiences are more willing to accept or potentially accept this kind of technology advancement, because, well, they grew through it. They haven't had predefined notions and stuff. And don't get me wrong, man, I'm getting to the point of my age, right? I'm 26, or I'm about to be 26, and I'm getting to the point where some things are coming out, and I'm like, what the, huh? That's weird. Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. But then I think back and I'm like, wow, yeah, the internet and all the other things. Well, let me look into it. You know, I got some time. Oh, I see. Now I get it. Now I get why people are like this. Now I get it. But not everyone's going to take that moment. Everyone's just going to go, nah, it's not going to turn anything. It's a scam. Don't worry about it. Whatever. And it might be. It might be. We don't know. This could all blow up in our face someday. Who knows? And it did. I mean, it did for all the people that really hyped up the internet back when the technology wasn't there. But when you look at the technology now, it's definitely there. It's definitely there.
Kind of folding on long term. Like, it's going to have its ups and downs, but in the end, I think it's going to be going up.
Right, because if the trust and faith of the old fiat system goes away as generations continue to go and less people have faith in it, then yes, by that definition and by that margin, over the long term, the winners will continue to win.
Yeah. I would like to mention, though, that as I mentioned earlier, with the new developments, these new sort of new paradigms with Bitcoin with its double spending problem solving, Ethereum and smart contracts, and in the future we'll see quantum resistant coins. We could see the older ones start to fall off at that point. So we could
Absolutely
see Bitcoin get overtaken.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. Think about AOL.
But the thing is, what I'm saying in general is that as a whole, I think investment in cryptocurrency is going to be continuing to increase.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of keeping on top
exactly.
of which one is.
Exactly. Think of AOL. Think of Roadrunner. The fuck happened to those?
Yeah.
You know?
I know my dad still uses AOL.
But my point is that in the beginning of the internet age, there were behemoths, there were giants, there was Yahoo, right? Yahoo was the giant. Yahoo was the big dog. Yahoo was the big dog, right? Now, the fuck is Yahoo, right? It's always gonna happen.
Google.
It's always gonna happen, right? There's always gonna be innovation, and there's always gonna be a change, and especially since the hysteria and the attention is to cryptocurrencies and the blockchain, the speed and the acceleration of this innovation is going to go so fast so fast. Just like Jackson just said, I do believe Bitcoin is out of its time. I really do. I think long term it has so many inefficiencies compared to the new dogs, and people are starting to recognize it. And if it adapts, it adapts, right? Ethereum was looking like it was gonna potentially be blindsided by the proof of stake model, right? And then all of a sudden they announced Ethereum 2.0 that they're gonna go to proof of stake because proof of work doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work. And that's so funny is proof of work is what all the hysteria is of this crypto mining, where it's probably gonna be obsolete in the next 3 years.
Where did I get these? What are these?
I don't think crypto mining is going to continue.
There are some arguments still in favor of proof of work. The thing is that it's still complicated to determine which one is really better, which is why we don't see a huge shift all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's still a big question of what makes more sense.
The technology continues to advance. I think we'll move definitely away from proof of work in the future. As long as they can find a way to keep things secure while also reducing the, for instance, computing power and energy requirements.
You know what, Feezer? I heard what you're saying, so I gave you 2 cents. Don't worry. Don't know where I got those from, but there you go.
Bunny, you want some cryptocurrency?
Yeah.
I'll give you some clue. I'll give you some clue coin, bro.
What the hell's a clue coin?
It's a new proof of stake cryptocurrency that just launched about 9 days ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, sure, I'll grab it.
Market cap is...
Can I just say something funny, by the way? You two are on about cryptocurrency for so long. I started my download as soon as you guys started talking about it for World of Warcraft, and now there's only 30 gigs left. You were talking for 45 gigs of download.
Hey man, you had me on a roll, man. You asked me a question. You asked me a question, and I answered.
Hey, I didn't deny it. I just found it funny.
And any other news, guys, I got a job interview tomorrow.
Hey, good job, man.
John waited an hour in this damn call.
He's like, is this guy gonna ever shut up so I can tell people my news?
John joined almost an hour ago, just sitting here waiting. What'd you get a job interview for?
Hey, Umberto. Hey, Lataro. Hey, Vuki. Sorry, I was on a rant. All right, if you guys left in the middle of it, I understand. You guys will probably come back. That's just something you have to get used to. But anyway, no. But seriously, KlueCoin's very interesting. You know, I'm not saying throw all your money into it right away, but it looks very promising.
You said put 5% of my money in. All right, I'll put 2 cents in. I'll put 2 cents in.
I said with how speculative the crypto market is, I wouldn't suggest putting more than 5% of your total assets into cryptocurrencies. You know, you can go more, you can go balls to the wall, but conservatively, as a hedge against everything else, that's something you should, yeah. So anyway, do Viktor tank. That's complete garbage. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It'll only work in silver or gold. Tanks have gotten stronger. Bruisers are more in the meta. They just completely dominate Viktor now. It barely worked 2 or 3 patches ago. But anyway, so yeah, so Jackson, so KlueCoin's very interesting, right? It has a 10% transaction fee. 5% is rewarded back to all holders as a reflection, and the other 5% goes in the liquidity pool. As of today, though, they just changed it. 5% gets burned. So it's a hyper deflationary token.
That makes sense considering the current supply of coins is like
1 quadrillion.
Quadrillion tokens minus the 30 trillion of current price to launch on Coinbase.
Yes. Well, they're looking to burn 375 trillion in the next 10 months.
Yeah, it says right there. trillion more will be burned over 10 months. 100 trillion in the establishment wallet, 200 trillion on pancake swap, 3 trillion in charity wallet, 2 trillion in marketing, and 195 trillion on
It's pretty cool. I look at my wallet and I just like refresh it and coins just show up. Just coins show up. But yeah, it's super early. Very, 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 very early.
It looks like they're planning to make an exchange for it. Decentralized exchange, probably something like the swap exchange.
They're looking to make an exchange for it, and they're looking to get a Visa card that you can use to buy things with it.
Yeah, that's probably a good investment right there. Their market cap's still pretty low. They just came out, so they have plenty of room to grow.
Yep.
And they already seem to be pretty popular.
Yep.
So, yeah. Really good choice.
I mean, each coin is right now is 0.000008.
The only thing I'm wondering. Oh, no. I mean, the same supplies. It's inflationary. But.
What's your question?
Oh, I'm still thinking. So the price has declined somewhat since launch.
Oh yeah, it has. The
That's
beginning
probably
whales
just-
have pulled out.
Yeah.
Which is understandable and normal.
I'm wondering if there could be some transient inflation here at the beginning, just from people
Hype.
getting those extra coins. I mean, it's the same supply. It's quadrillion coins, but maybe most of those quadrillion coins were being held by, what is it?
Well, you know how the reflections work, right?
Reflection.
Okay, so let's say someone on the ledger on the blockchain sells 1,000 of their KuCoin, right? Or sorry, let's make it a bigger number. Let's do like 1 million. They sell 1 million, right? And so when they sell 1 million, only and then when someone buys 1 million, both sides only receive they lose 10%, right? So 900,000 is what goes into the trade, to the trade, right? It goes to the person who buy or sold.
Yeah.
The other 100,000,
Yeah.
right? Half of it is distributed between all holders.
And the other half is burned, right?
And the other half is normally put back in the liquidity pool, but in this case, it's getting burned right now, as of today. So every transaction, so like literally I can go look up the transaction log for the blockchain, and I'll be like, oh, a transaction was made, and then I'll flip my little refresh button. I'm like, hey, cool, I just got 300 coins, or if someone sold like 20 million coins, and then
I guess what I mean is that on its launch, the coins are all going to be held by whoever's invested.
well, no one held it at launch. It was all in the liquidity pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liquidity pool, I guess. That would be what, the developer of KuCoin?
No, like the liquidity pool is completely independent. Like it's the pancake swap wallet. Because that's the only way you can get it right now is through pancake swap.
Yeah.
No, the people that sold off
quadrillion coins are minted, right? So
yes.
Some of those get burned. When people buy the coins, are you saying they're buying them from the liquidity pool, which is owned by no one?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess the developers would create it, and then they would just not have access to whatever.
Correct. They have their own wallets. Liquidity pool is
So,
independent
but
from
they don't-
Pancake
they
Swap.
don't have access. The developers do not have access to.
No.
Okay. That makes sense. So
Now the
I
thing
guess
that
that's
would
what
cause
I mean then is that the reason why we see that this is declining for a little bit right off the bat is because while
early
there
adopters-
are 1 quadrillion coins already minted, they're all sitting in the liquidity pool. So as they get distributed to people, the effective amount in circulation increases, which results in some inflation as we're seeing right here. However, I think that as the liquidity pool gets drained and we see a greater proportion of the coin in circulation, that's when you'll start to see the deflationary aspects of the token come into effect with it getting burned. So,
that makes sense, yeah. Which of course
so that
would
explains why it's
well
dropping.
right now it's just on Pancake Swap, right? But they're looking to get on exchanges here in the next couple weeks. So once they get on exchanges, it'll be a lot easier to buy and sell it. When it's easier to buy and sell it, more transactions happen, more reflections happen, more coins get burned.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing how much of it is in circulation compared to how much is in the liquidity pool right now.
I feel like all of it is now at this point. I think that's what caused it to spike down. Is the price corrected itself based on it all being distributed. I mean, you can go look at the Pancake Swap pool. You can go see how much is in there. Hey, Enchilada, how's it going? You like hearing this guy talk? Yeah, it's my friend Jackson. He keeps up with a lot of this stuff. He's pretty involved in the blockchain stuff right now, NFTs specifically. So it's in his best interest to keep up with it. Am I right? I got my first NFT. Pretty cool. Clue was doing a marbles giveaway. It was a marble stream, and they were doing a Clue giveaway based on the tournament or whatever. But also, everyone who attended also got a exclusive Clue marble stream NFT. So I have an NFT now. Cool. Right now it's selling for about $11 in Ethereum on the market. No teleport silos. So the idea behind going Comet here is I'm looking to keep my distance from Silas and poke him.
Alright, I had to eat this. Let's see.
Did you find it?
34% is held by totally decline.
Oh, off screen. Damn. Off screen.
Okay, I'm not sure which one is the liquidity collateral. Maybe it's the deployer.
An enemy has been slain.
Looks like there were maybe a few different. Are you? Did they launch on a few different platforms other than Pancake Swap?
Not really, no.
I think it says. Wait, no, yeah. There are a few different chances. Pancake Swap V2, Hotbed, and Trovo DLC. So it looks like. The current majority holders addresses. One of them holds 34.9%, the other holds 12.7%.
34.9% is probably the charity wallet.
One that holds 1.2% is labeled Bitcoin Deployer. One holds 7% is labeled Pancake Swap 2.7. That might be liquidity through Pancake Swap.
Okay.
Sure. Hold on, there's a smart contract associated with this one.
Gotta recall. Wow. What the hell? How are you guys all there? But got him. Please get her. Please get her. What the fuck ever, man.
Your turret has been destroyed. Turret plating will soon fall. Fuck you ping me for? Why are you pinging that you're gonna go mid? And then right when I... Get the fuck away! Oh my god. And you push up? Why are you pushed up? You saw him coming! Your team has destroyed a turret.
So Clue Coin Deployer is the
An enemy
address
is
that
legendary.
initially received the created 1 quadrillion token. Just like that address distributed.
I see.
I'm back.
Their initial transfers were that's 100 million to that address. maybe that's just the main
Remainder of the original pool. I mean, you found the burn wallet, right?
The burn wallet is
X000000.
what?
X000000. Yeah.
That's the initial one
Well, that's the wallet they're burning to.
while they're burning through.
Yeah. It's not accessible.
Pancake Club. Yeah. 200 billion set of eight or 26880. That's the one that holds 34% right now. And that's that 464 trillion. So there's that. There's oh yeah. So 12% have been burned so far. I see that.
Oh, by the way.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting? You check some.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you guys see they're fucking nerfing Renekton next patch?
Yeah.
If someone has to explain to me how stupid it, right? You have to be the one to nerf Renekton right now.
Renekton mids better than 60% of mid laners right now.
Yeah, with the, I mean, it's only something to do something, right? It doesn't even look close to being good enough to nerf it because top Renekton's unplayable right now. But they're buffing Malphite. They're nerfing Renekton to buff Malphite. Just think about that. Like how stupid that is. Like, I can't believe how stupid people are out there, man. It's actually unthinkable sometimes.
Yeah, well, that's what it is.
surge detected. Evacuate immediately. Warning. Energy surge detected. Evacuate immediately.
So that. So they burned 25
So far.
just in this address. So far, there's been a total of
Oops. When I play against Lux, I lose so much health so quickly when playing against Lux. You can't get hit by her abilities.
but it's the majority of it. So currently there are 127 trillion that have been burned.
Why'd they surrender? They just got one good play off. Whatever.
This receives this.
How do you dodge though?
The deployer deploys to
You gotta recognize that she has abilities and do not go for minions when she has abilities. Anticipate the Q and do not be in a position where she can land it. That's the only thing you can do. If she throws her E on you, you gotta throw a Q out on the minions so that you can minimize the damage taken with your shield. Posture and dodge while throwing an E at her while she's throwing her ability, because she has to stand still to cast hers. You don't have to be stand still to cast your E. Hey Zyko, how's it going?
Is it just me that finds it funny? Everyone here but Freezer is playing something other than League, and he's the only person here that's not happy.
No, maybe that's just 1%. Yeah, it's got to be this.
Out of the games tonight, that was my first game, and I lost it. Yeah,
Looking good.
looking pretty decent. Why do people not respect Silas, man?
Because air balance champion. W's not overtuned, and the passive's not overtuned.
It's so irritating.
God, I hate Silas.
What summoner spell are you running into, Lux Mars? What runes are you running into her? Bunny, you got a phone, right?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
125 shrine
I am also like deaf right now because World of Warcraft is fucking
Got
breaking
it.
my eardrums.
Well, if you got a phone, download this off the App Store.
Why did Kira say I like hearing this guy talk? Is that Bunny Lord?
He was talking about
You like
Jackson
hearing-
talking, and he thought it was you.
And yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's like I think you got the wrong guy, man.
What?
This is a you 100% the wrong fucking guy.
Jackson, you want some clue coin?
I don't know what you would transfer to. I don't really have a log set up right now.
Just download Trust Wallet on your phone.
Too lazy.
Go for it. Doesn't take long. Arcane Comet and Domination. Well, if you take a lot of health damage from her, try going Biscuits and Time Warp Tonic. If you really are taking a lot of poke damage. And just play the sustain lane. And then at that point, you don't need barrier, go teleport.
Or you can go Biscuit Cosmic. I don't know. Time War Tonic really only makes sense if you go Corrupting Potion. Corrupting Potion in Deluxe doesn't make much sense because you can't utilize your autos effectively. Don't be lazy, Jackson. Don't be lazy. John. What you doing, John?
I'm just ignoring the fuck out of you.
I guess so.
Since when did John become so smart?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Oh,
feedback.
I would
No
join
problem,
you.
man. If I run into a Lux, in one of these games, I'll explain it in detail what I'm thinking about. Now, granted, I switched over to my Silver 1 account, so it pretty much should be a stomp for the most part. But either way,
Get gold piece here and I'll be right
gold. Do you have a plat account or what?
I only have plat accounts.
Hey, Thermicity. Another Silas. Great. Alright, we're gonna try something different. Oh, I went Ignite. Cool. Why not Ignite against Silas's heat? Because that only helps me against Silas. Doesn't help me for the rest of the game. Ignite into Evelyn's Troll, Ignite into Thresh or Ashe or Set. Won't happen very often. So Ignite into Silas is only good for the lane, and I'm not going to win the 1v1 regardless. So I'm better off utilizing Teleport to keep my XP and gold up if he sets me back, or to compensate for his roams if needed.
All of humanity is about to be set free. The dawn of a new age has come.
If I was playing specifically for the Silas 1v1, then sure, Ignite, but I'm not gonna win it. Viktor doesn't win it. Silas is just too strong right now. His healing, regardless, like you could Ignite and you won't kill him, and then he heals back up and you've already used your summoner spell. Now you're overextended, you have no mana, and now if you recall, you can't teleport back in because you don't have teleport, and he can just freeze the wave and keep the XP and just can sustain himself almost infinitely. Or at that point, now he's got the difference in the recall time, so now he can go roam and apply pressure in other lanes, and he has kill pressure any lane he goes to, and I can't compensate for it. So then he just snowballs out of control, never even going back to mid lane. Never has to. How long does it take for Aerie to come back to you? Because I just realized it's probably better than arcade combat. If they can dodge combat, Aerie might be more damage over time. Aerie's probably better poke in lane, but Comet is better if one, they're going to be standing still and they're casting, and you can compensate the Comet when they're standing still. Or two, you have hard CC on your team and you're looking for more late game team fight damage. And if you have hard CC on your team and you utilize Comet, then you can't get guaranteed Comet damage. You do more damage in team fights than Aerie.
But if you need to do consistent whittled up damage, then Aery's good, but Aery's weak. It's not very strong, it's just very little bit of tick damage. Phase Rush, you know, used to be pretty decent for getting away from stuff, but it's nerfed pretty early, so unless Phase Rush makes more sense in the late game team fights, then Phase Rush is kind of useless. And personally, I think if Silas, Set, or Evelyn, or Thresh get on me, Phase Rush won't do shit. So I didn't do Phase Rush this game. Domination Tree, I don't have the safety to use Domination Tree and get in range for like Electrocute or something along those lines because they have Evelyn on their team and Silas. And so that's that. No way. Oh. Wow.
I knew I had the damage, but my Q didn't go off. Jeez. That could have been really bad. Silas is most definitely coming. Oh no. No, 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 no! What the hell is that champion, man? Ah!
An enemy has been slain.
Analyzing approach.
My farm is fucking trash right now.
That's it, love. Let your guard down. Still going there.
Oh shit.
So looking at this, the coin was deployed from the 0 address, whatever, to the KuCoin deployer address, which then sort of broke it out to the different addresses that would then receive it, including 474 million to what I'm guessing is probably the liquidity pool, 100 million each plus 1% bonus to addresses that regularly send amounts to Pancake Swap address. And also the liquidity pool address I mentioned that received 474 billion or 474 trillion coins, regularly burns like 2 trillion at a time, a few times a day. Currently, the total amount that has been burned is 127 million, and the vast majority of that comes from that, what I'm assuming is the liquidity pool address. Aside from that, there's like what? There's a total of 866 trillion that was transferred out of the KlueCoin deployer on the first day. So I can account for 675 trillion of that, but the remaining 200 trillion or so, plus the following 140 following day, I'm not sure where that went from the KlueCoin deployer. I'm guessing it probably is related to the amounts that they said they were burning on marketing exchange. Probably the two exchange that came out makes sense. And then oh wait. 200 billion on pancakes. So that's over 2 months or 10 months. Guessing, I don't know. I guess the other 200 trillion coins or whatever worked on the project. Well, whatever it is, no matter. The amount that matters is the amount that's in circulation that's being held by people who are actually coin. So that would be 1 quadrillion minus the 12% or so, 7% the burned, minus 34.9% being held pretty cool still. What I'm assuming is really pretty cool. Whatever it is, it's not held by people. Minus the 10.5% or so, still 1.5%, that's left over, because it was a 1% bonus, so it should have been, it would have started out with 11% in each of these, the pre-launch, each of those pre-launch addresses would have started at 11%. One is now at 10.5%, the other's at 10.3%.
Energy surge.
So there's 7.8% being held in pancake swap, which I'm guessing is the pancake swap. And then there's gold. Check all that out. that has yet to be distributed to people. So around 77% of tokens have yet to be distributed to circulation. So people that will actually be using it. Based on that, I would expect it to go.
Shut down.
To the point where more tokens are held by and then actually, sorry, I should subtract the amount of that's so about 67% of the coins have yet to be distributed, and 12% have been, or 12.7%. So I guess closer to 66%. So 2/3 of the coins have yet to be distributed. Call it 1/8 have been burnt already. And then a certain amount have already been bought by people. That would be the remainder. Percentage. So that means that as the tokens continue to be released to circulation, we could see the supply of tokens in circulation increase by the factor of cause the price to drop by something like that. But then, once they are all distributed in circulation, then we would see the price rise, as of course, all of this is not factoring in like the price being affected by more and more people buying.
Right.
That would just be so people buying from each other. This is all just dependent on people buying from where they can source. However, I would still see that price track until there is no so judging by that, maybe not the decrease by 4 times, maybe decrease by maybe decrease by 2 times, and then you start to see the burning mechanism kick in and start increasing the price. And that's not counting the demand.
You need to
Oh my god.
An enemy has been slain. Done yet.
considering that trillion, so by the end of the 10 months we would see about 30% burn. Still see the price at the end of the 10 months if we're not seeing like massive investment. Burn alone would only increase the price by a little bit. Or technically, it would prevent it from decreasing as much as it otherwise would, but it still would decrease. It still could potentially decrease from its current value by as much as a factor of 3 or as little as a factor of...
Wouldn't it increase by a factor of 3?
So the supply, the total supply, if you burn 30% of it, well, sorry, I'm saying if you burn 1/3. So I guess if you only burn 30% of it, then you would have 0.7 times the supply. So you'd have 1 over 0.7 times the price. However, I'm saying that you still got to factor in the fact that most of the coins haven't been distributed to circulation yet. So if you factor that in, then those two factors kind of cancel each other out a little bit. Though the decrease, I think, from the coins not being entirely in circulation yet would be a larger effect than the increase due to coins being burned. So if now this is all in the absence of increased investment. So if you have more demand, then of course the price is going to go up. But from this current point, if we were steady state in terms of the monetary investment from users, that remained the same in 10 months. We could see well, first of all, if there was no points being, if there were no points being and say that they did go ahead and distribute all the points that were sold, then we could see the price drop by the factor of 4. You're instead saying that the price is taken over by the sort of user determined values at more like a 50% circulated rank, then you only see the price decrease by a factor about 2. Meanwhile, you have, if you do add in the effects of the coin burning, that would so 1.42 times 4. So yeah, around 0.35 times multiple at worst case scenario. The best case scenario now, once again, this is the best case scenario, not factoring in increased demand. But the best case scenario, if there were no increase in demand, would be a decrease to around 0.7 times its current price once 50% or so of the tokens are in circulation, assuming that the 50% mark would be where user determined values would take over. So it's likely, basically what I'm saying is it's likely to go down unless it gets some attention, which it probably will. But should it get attention, I think it could go up quite a bit based on the coin burning mechanic. And once it reaches a minimum of
either 0.35 or 0.71 times its current price, then it will for sure go up. It's not going to go down any lower than, I'd say, 0.35. That's the worst case scenario.
Got it.
Unless people, once again, this is assuming the demand does not go down. That's with steady state demand. Technically, demand could go down, so you could see it go lower than 0.35 its current price. But generally, I think demand would probably go up. Circulating supply. Here's my point. Circulating supply is going to go up by a factor of somewhere between. 1.4 and what was that? 2.8. So you could just call it 1.5 to 3. Circulating supply is going to go up by a factor of somewhere between 1.5 to 3 in the next 10 months, and the demand will determine the price.
I should have teleported Crash though. He gets all these minions. Should have teleported to Crash the Sun. Yeah, he catches all of this.
I wonder if they intend.
That gives him a 10 CS lead, auto XP. This teleport was inked. But the lane wasn't where he wanted it. You're sending. If I would have teleported immediately after I'd done and crashed this off, then the lane would bounce. Here, he's going to get 15 CS lead, even if I didn't teleport top. And then he can freeze the wave up at the side too if he was smart. That was a bad TP. I know that. That's what I'm saying. Like I thought about when in this game, I thought about TPing to crash this because I saw how much of the wave, but I thought maybe it would hit the turret soon enough. But obviously it didn't. So now he's able to catch all of this. He messes up last hitting this, but this gives him like a 10 plus CS lead. No, I TP'd the same. I TP'd regardless. Like, I'm saying they just killed me, right? I just got off, like, okay. Oh. What I'm saying is right here. Give it a second. All right, I'm up now. All right, so I had half the mind to teleport here since he doesn't have teleport. Right? If I would have teleported here, would have crashed this in and he would have lost all these minions. And then the wave would have bounced back. But what I do is I don't teleport there. And the teleport to top was int, but regardless of the teleport top was int, because I don't teleport here and thinking the minions will crash in a turret soon enough, it actually creates a slow push that I'm not able to be there to crash. So he's able to gain so much of a CS lead and an XP lead, regardless if I walk to lane. Like, right now we're even. He's about to catch all of this. He messes up, but he could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 plus cannon CS lead if he would have caught all of that. Just because I didn't teleport there. Now, me teleporting top was in. I understand that. But I should have teleported to those minions. Crash it since he doesn't have teleport. And then let the wave bounce back to me. And he doesn't gain that 15 CS lead. See, because what's worse now is that he has the XP lead. Since I walked to lane. He caught the wave. He walked to lane, doesn't have TP. He has the XP lead, and he has the minions exactly where he wants them because he can freeze them right here and keep me away from the lane at this point. All because I didn't teleport to crash it. Now, at this point, I'm frozen. I'm screwed. By TP, she was already going top. By TP, it really, I just needed to hit those 3 minions and the wave would have crashed. And then I could have walked away. I don't even have to hit the turret. Like, let's say I TP right here. I TP, knock those 3 minions, and walk away. He loses all these minions. Literally, it's just these 3. If I would have killed these 3, these minions would have crashed. I could have sat here and waited for the minions to come back to the middle. She's at Scuttle. And we can see her on the map too. And we know Yi and Silas are Yi is about to fight Set with Riven. So we knew that Evelyn was going to roam straight to top. At that point, the wave bounces back. I can sit safe. He doesn't get a huge XP lead. He can't tower dive me with his 6 early, because I'll actually have 6 first. So not only did I not teleport here to crash this wave to deny him XP, I actually teleported top because the wave got frozen and he had the XP lead. Plus the jungle and mid prio. But I had a small window here where I should have teleported as soon as I got off base, crashed those 3 kill those 3 minions. Minions would have crashed in the turret. They would have bounced back, and then I could have caught them over here in my safe area of the lane. Because I knew Evelyn was on Scuttle.
You should in theory get punished for that TP though. If you TP in that wave, you should get punished. If she's at Scuttle, you should be punished. You should be dead.
How?
Right? You TP to that wave, right? Silas can jump into it. He can fight you in minions, right?
He's not there.
Evelyn, okay, here's the thing. Evelyn starts the fight, right? She zones you off. Okay, I'm telling you.
She can't get to me.
Okay, but you didn't do that this entire game, right? You played the bait constantly. What I'm telling you right now is just, I'm telling you very simply that you would get punished for that TP if you TP to that because you made a mistake, right? Like you made a mistake with the wave state, right?
Sure,
like
but if I would have TP'd, crashed the wave,
yes,
and then hold the wave safe, he doesn't get 6, he can't tower dive me. And I could have played safe. I did get baited, yes, later on, right? But we don't know if that would have happened or wouldn't have happened if I was able to catch the minions.
It wouldn't happen in this game, but I'm saying in theory, right? You should get punished for that TP, right? Because like that TP, right, is to compensate for the mistake you made, right? You get what I'm saying? Right? So like it's like, okay, you want to push that in, got it, all right? You get the wave underneath, okay, that's good, right? So you decide to push back. Who's to say that you actually push back and not try to harass him under tower, right? So let's say you do push back, right? Even if you see her, right? Even if you do see her, right? Like, are you constantly looking at that? Like, do you know that she's there? Like, were you paying attention to that?
I saw she was at Scuttle when I was about to teleport over here. And then I thought, well, no, I think it's going to crash in the tower beforehand. So I'll be good. But these 3 minions were freaking holding the line.
Yeah, dude.
They held the line.
Holding it down, dude.
It's because the minions are in mid travel, right?
And you also have 13 seconds before the next wave comes in, right? You have 13 seconds before the next wave's gonna come in. Yeah, you have a little bit of time, right? You insta TP there, you push that in and you back off. Yeah, that's a good play. But since we don't know what you would do specifically, right? And who's to say, right? Silas is looking hella juicy under tower. You got minions, right? You're thinking that you might be able to win that fight or just be able to harass him. He goes in on you. Evelyn decides to fuck you, right? Besides, because the scuttle crab, she's pushing it downwards, right?
Sure.
That word ain't gonna show shit, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I could have played aggressive there on that, but my sole point, I actually thought about teleporting here and just crashing this in. That's all I wanted to do.
You need to be more selfish with your TPs and be like, I want to give you some advice on this one, right?
That would have been a selfish TP. That would have denied him 15 minions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to start doing those things and start questioning yourself because you made the right call, right? But then you didn't do it. You inted yourself, right? Not only that, you wasted TP at 4 minutes. Do you know how fucking annoying that is for you?
That's
like
terrible.
As a control mage? Yeah, that's so fucking bad, right? Don't forget, TP scales, right? Right? So like, the longer the game goes on, the lower the cooldown gets.
Right.
So like, you need to when you're playing on this account, be selfish with your TPs. Don't fucking help your teammates, right? Because they don't know how to react to it. First of all, right? Second of all, you TP'd hella late, right? So like,
I did.
If it was a 3v2, you would have won that fight. But because like people, but instead you TP'd after both of them were dead, and it was like, I'm gonna try to get set. But like set, right? He's gonna heal with his passive.
I wasn't confident.
And he has a shield.
So I'll say it right. I wasn't confident in my understanding of the minions and the minion wave and manipulation of the minion wave to the point where I hesitated on taking this TP because I thought it would have been an end play, right? And so I wasn't confident enough in understanding this. Like I thought, oh yeah, this would probably work, but oh, you know what? No, there's like fucking 8 minions here. They should kill these 3 really quickly. Silas just caught off base. He doesn't have teleport. This should hit turret, right? I haven't played at a level like this with minion manipulation in so long that I wouldn't have considered that this wave would have been here to catch.
Then sweet spot it for yourself, right? So like, if you're at the like the intervals in which the wave is going to be clear, like let's say you clear the wave, right? Or let's say you time the wave correctly, right? You clear the wave right as soon as the 30-second the reset mark happens, right? Right when the wave is about to crash in. That's the ideal time to back, right? So that way you have enough time to get back to wave. That's the easiest way to do it. That's what I tell everybody. It's like if you're gonna do wave manipulation, find that sweet spot. You're Viktor, right? You can
absolutely.
Just,
like
yeah.
I'm saying what I'm saying is that yes, absolutely, the wave manipulation, all that stuff. I'm saying in terms of how new I am to considering that into my play, that is what screwed me in terms of the confidence right here. Like. Yeah. I was like, ooh, I can deny these minions, but no, this should hit the turret in time. But I was wrong, right? I was wrong. And because I was wrong, that gave Silas a whole half XP plus lead, gave him the ability to tower dive me at 6 once he comes in with his minions later, and it just snowballed. It just snowballed. Of course, I didn't have teleport either, so that denied me even more because he just towered over me.
Where Elise is as you come up, right?
Where Evelyn is, like literally as I come up.
As you come up, right? Let's say you TP exactly when you get res, right? And I know you don't have vision in that bush, right? Like let's just say you TP exactly when.
Just right here.
Let's see. Give me a second. It's a small delay. Show it on the mini map. Okay. So yeah, you don't know where she is. You TP there, right? Silas pings and then he's TPing in, right?
He doesn't have TP.
No, Silas pings that you're TPing in. Right?
Oh, yeah.
In a perfect world, she just goes into the lane, charms you. That's all she does.
But she can't. She used all of her stuff. I've got a huge minion wave. She tries to hit me in melee range. I gravity field and walk away.
Okay. So here's like 2 things, right? It's not like she can, first of all, right? She can come up to you, right? And she can, in theory, just stay in the lane, absorbing XP, right? She can do that. She's allowed to do that. Silas isn't there. She just waits a little bit, right? I'm just saying, like, in a perfect situation where the jungler knows what they're doing, right? This is silver. So, like, silver...
Okay, how long does it take? TP takes what? 4 seconds?
4 seconds. 4
okay,
seconds.
So, let's say I start TPing right here.
Yeah. She starts TPing around there. She just stays in that bush. She just stays in that bush.
3, 4. Okay. So right here, I would be in the lane. Let's say she was here. Let's say she was in this bush, right? At this point, I've landed. I E. I walk away. At that point, minions should be
clear those waves this early at level 3
with the ranged minions with the amount of damage these minions are doing to them.
At that exact point,
absolutely.
It clears them, right? Well, you have one full HP one. You have one that's taking
so
a little bit of damage.
I Q auto this one and I E through the rest. The rest of them are getting targeted.
So League, it's about microseconds, right? You don't clear that wave fast enough, right?
Well,
you don't clear that wave fast enough.
You do. You Q auto E, right? By the time that's cleared and I just landed, right? 1, 2. Okay, I killed the minions are dead. Now they're about here. The tower is already hitting them. That's all I need. I only need the towers to hit.
Yeah, the tower already started hitting them as soon as Silas showed up. You needed to be completely under the wave, right? If you watch it, the tower already starts hitting the minions by the time Silas gets there.
No, but these minions catch it. What I'm saying is, if I would have killed this off, they would have already been getting killed off before these minions come in. The whole reason why because look, Silas is all the way back here. Right? These are already, I just killed these. They're over here. Tower's already hitting them. But here's what happens instead.
Okay, so
minions catch them outside
minions. It takes 1 second for minions to drop aggro, even if the minions die. Right?
Absolutely.
Then they won't start moving.
But what I'm saying is they're never in turret range. They never make it. If all you needed. No, look, they're not there.
They
get
pushing,
caught.
Keep pushing. Keep watching it. Keep watching it.
Oops. Camera moved. There. Finally, first minion gets hit. That's it. The rest of them are caught by these two. And Silas is still back here. That's why.
One minion.
That's why he's able. Oh my God! Stop jumping to it. Holy shit! Hate the replay. Oh my God! Stop! All right. What the hell is Silas? Okay. All right. So because this minion catches, I'm talking like you said, the microseconds. All I needed was the minions to get to turret range. The turret would have been knocking out half of these while these minions were taking it down, and then they would have started coming my direction. But because these minions catch all of this, Silas is now here. He loses one minion to the turret by the time he's here. If he last hits this perfectly, he gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 minions plus a cannon. And we're current even. On top of that, he doesn't even have to clear the whole thing. He clears all of this. He catches these 4. He's got the XP lead. He's got the prio from the jungler. And now I can't step up.
I still can't see the justification to TPing there, even if it means the wave crashes, right? Because here's the thing, right? Even if Silas is behind, it doesn't matter, right?
I'm not saying it wouldn't be that he's behind, Matt. It's that he doesn't get that XP lead to the point where he hits 6 first and he tower dives me.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if he hits 6 first, right? He still tower dives you, right? Because he's maxing W, right? It doesn't matter. And you didn't build the Morelos item beforehand, right? You didn't build Oblivion Orb first, right? Which is fine. I get it. It's fine. But like, he still tower dives you. There's still no point, right? You can go to that part. Even if you look at it from every angle, it doesn't matter.
But the problem is that if he was better, he could catch, he could freeze this wave indefinitely.
Yes.
I will never be able to. I will never be able to go up.
Yes.
Instead, if I would have TP'd there, minions would have gotten just enough in range, or turrets would have killed. Minions would have came in when the minion wave was low. Minions would have crashed back towards middle of lane. I could have sat here, caught it, and now I have the opportunity to play safe between these two areas and just farm. Now, would I have done that? I don't know. What I'm saying is, in a perfect world, that's how I should have played this out.
In a perfect world, sure.
In a perfect world, that's how I should have played this out. Because of me not taking that TP, if he was better, he could have froze this and my game's over. This is the kind of shit that kills me with Aurelia too. Aurelia catches the wave like this and I'm done.
Aurelia is a little bit different, but yeah, similar for sure. Aurelia can kill you at any point in the game, essentially, even if she's behind.
Yeah, true. But I'm just saying, like, the pressure she has, or these champions have, against Viktor, when they have my minions caught on their side that they can freeze indefinitely with jungle prio.
Well, I mean, like, so I'm looking at like all the variables, right? Like, you TP there, yeah, you get the wave underneath, perfect, ideal, awesome. You deny him on that, but like, also think about it too, right? You just got the kill. He didn't get anything. Like, you're chilling, dude. You don't have to TP for that wave, right? You don't have to play. You don't. He got
the assist, but yeah.
Yeah, but okay, come on, man. Like, it's 300 compared to like what, 50?
Sure, but it's
150.
It's Silas. It's Silas. He just got 2 minion waves of XP because I didn't teleport.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you teleport on top of a minion next to Silas, what do you think is about to happen?
He wasn't there.
So he wouldn't be there. Like,
I wasn't like, watching before.
Yeah, okay, so the TP play was correct, right? If he TP'd there and pushed in the wave, yes, because he's not gonna get punished for the TP that he should have done, right? Because like the entirety of that fight, he should get like the entirety of that TP. In a theory, if he's playing at his elo, he gets punished for that TP. But in this, he pushes the wave in, denies XP. That's fine, right? Because TP gives you that movement speed. You just dip. You just push the wave in. You're chilling, right? And like you can kind of like just go ward. You can do whatever you need to do to cover your ass
for the minions to bounce back.
What you're doing.
Yeah.
So like, because she's not level 6 yet, so you like stealth wards or regular wards are gonna show them, right?
Right.
So like, she's not 6 yet. You can see everything that's going on. It's fine. But the issue that arises, the issue that I'm having with the TP is that she should kill him there, or she should zone him off being able to push that wave, right? She should be there to at least do something to deny him from making Silas's life harder, right? That as a jungler, you are supposed to enable your laners, right?
But here's the problem: if Evelyn comes in right now when I'm teleporting, and she's coming in waiting for me to come out of teleport, she's inting because all these minions are gonna target her.
Okay, but she doesn't attack you. That's the thing. Okay, so when you play Evelyn, somebody like Evelyn, you don't like it, it's just okay. All right, we're talking about kill pressure, right?
She's just sitting around waiting for a charm when Silas is nearby.
Exactly.
But
right?
Silas will never be there soon enough.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying, right? It doesn't matter if Silas is there or not, right? Having that ability there, you don't know on the other side of the map or anything else what might be going on, right? Like you don't know, right? You don't know for sure, right?
I know for sure.
What if somebody else decides to come?
I mean, I guess bot.
What if Silas had Silas doesn't have TP, but what about every other person that's in the game? Yeah, they just reset, right?
Sense fighting Riven.
But were you paying attention to that? Were you looking at that, right? You see that they're not in lane right now, yeah, and you see that and you don't know if they'd be called. Right, so like,
I can make the assumption they recalled, but yeah, I mean, there's so many variables, there's so many different things that could have went through.
Yeah,
the what it could have, should have, would have.
Like that requires your jungler to be on the same page, right? So your jungler needs to be warding, needs to be paying attention to everything else that's going on, right? So like he needs to be looking at everything and being aware of everything that's going on. And as that jungler,
now
she should be aware that you're TPing into
solo queue. In regards to solo queue, where you're never gonna have a coordinated jungler, okay?
I mean, you don't need a coordinated jungler. You just need a half-decent minded jungler.
Yeah,
right?
well, he's not a half-decent minded jungler. I mean, he's over here on top side, and he's going over here to kill Set with a huge minion wave that's going to completely do all their damage. And yeah, I mean, they literally fight in the middle of this minion wave, and they wonder why they lost. But why is your map blocked off all the time?
They should have.
My map's blocked off when I'm playing League and Diamond because people will target ban or target watch and snipe my games. That is the con of being someone who streams. That is literally the only reason.
Yeah. But yeah, like, I get it. It would have been a fine TP there in this elo, but I don't like it anyway. I think you just walk the lane and you just push it in that way, because.
But I can't push it in by walking in. He catches the wave and freezes it.
So he catches the wave, but you laser the wave, right? Still, when you're walking in, as long as he doesn't W you, he can't hold that wave. He can't withstand the poke, right?
He only has four minions.
Okay.
So like, okay, he gets to lane before me first off, right?
Does he?
Yes.
Because by the time that I see you, right, he starts hitting the wave, right? You're technically further in the wave than he is.
No, I'm right here. He's right here.
Yeah, no, keep watching, keep going. Like when you TP, you're more than halfway into the lane, right?
Yeah, but he's already killed all these minions by then. Stop
and it
jumping!
Holy shit! And it was an accident too. He should have it looked like a big brain play letting you finish that TP, but he couldn't actually stop you. That's funny.
Right. So right here, if I would have kept moving and E, he would have taken some poke, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're just in the wave, and look how much damage he's taking. He's already taking like a 6 of his HP. You laser him, he loses even more.
Yeah,
like, you just don't walk up to him.
Yeah, I guess right here I could have. Yeah. His minions are already aggroing on him.
Yeah, like you're beating the shit out of him, and he can't do anything, right? He has to back up a little bit, or he has to.
But
go
he's
on
level
you, right?
4, and I got level 3. He's gonna jump on me.
Okay. He has one engage tool, right? He has one engage tool. He just used flash, right? So he only has one option of going in on you. You've dodged every W or every E that he's thrown at you, right? So like, you're chilling. You just gotta dodge that E. And you're chilling, okay? If he decides to go on you, if he's smart, he just decides to hold the wave and let the tower crash, right? He lets it go and last hit the minions, right? Because he can always go in and heal himself. It's fine.
This is such a dumb teleport.
I mean,
At the start of the
Yes.
teleport, it looked okay because they were looking to dive under turret. I honestly thought he was going to be alive by the time this TP finished. But they
no,
were
that
able
Master
to
Yi was
catch him.
trash, by the way. I hope you know. That Master Yi was trash.
Well, he asked me to play mid lane. He asked to play mid lane at the start of this game, so
Yeah, but you're silver, dude. You're not good at any role, even if you play it, right? Like,
yeah. So he got caught there, and I can't cancel my TP. He doesn't stop, or no, I think he tries to stop.
no, he doesn't. He just walks up. He can't stop you. He doesn't have E. He just used it on the wave.
Yeah.
So it
He
looks like a
tried.
big brain play.
No, he tried just now.
Let me see. Oh no, he didn't. He couldn't stop you. If he can only CC you. He just Kingslayed you. That's all. The only way he can stop you is to CC. Like,
Oh right. Yeah.
it's not a recall.
Is
Yeah, that's a Monka.
no, his
TP right
E's
there.
up.
Oh, okay, then he was big brain. He let you TP because he knew you would die. He also let you TP so he could have the wave for
Oh wait,
free.
nope. His
Okay.
E's 5 seconds.
Okay, good. I was
4
gonna say,
seconds,
like, I
3
told you, it was an
seconds.
accidental big brain play. Like, there's no way he did that on purpose. Cause
Right here, his E
if it was
comes up.
you, right? If you see somebody TPing in, right, and you have a wave like that, what do? You let that TP go, bro. Fuck that. Get the wave. That's free. That's free real estate right there.
Oh, absolutely. You've
Yeah. So,
Every single minion that's.
yeah. So like, it looked like a big brain play, but it wasn't. Like, he actually tried to stop you. Like, what?
Yeah, he tried to stop me. He could have just sat here and waited and caught the wave. He actually did. He actually loses all these minions. The thing that I was talking about, he would have gotten a 13 minion lead. He didn't even get it because he tried to stop me. So funny. All right.
Yeah. And then yeah, if you just don't TP there, you're fine.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. You could have
There's
TP'd
so many
early,
wrongs.
yeah.
There's so many problems there.
You could have TP'd there, and it probably would have been the best play in this elo for sure. But I just want to like divert attention to that the elo that you're playing in, right? Like, you can't do that in your elo, right? You could do that here, that's fine, most of the time. But like,
I don't
the amount of
know.
times
If
I've
you have
seen
a good
people-
understanding of minion manipulation there, I feel like Dopa would have done the same thing. He would have teleported there to keep his XP
Dopa
lead.
wouldn't have his wave there in the first place.
Well, I'm saying if he would have died. But yeah, he wouldn't have died. So yeah, true. Absolutely. But the whole reason the wave got there is because I died.
Here's my I had a big issue with, like, I thought you were playing fine. The corrupting pot was great, right? But I was so upset that you didn't buy Oblivion Orb first because you went corrupting pot first. Like, why go corrupting pot first if you're not gonna build something that you can win lane with, right? Like, going corrupting pot means that your second item can be something that helps you in the lane phase, right? Because you get the mana and the HP and the extra damage, right? Not only do you get the burn, but that means that that burn is constantly ticking the Oblivion Orb previous wounds, right? So like, yeah, at most point in that lane phase, he just can't do anything to you, like, successfully, right? He can still go in on you and possibly kill you, but it's going to be a deterrent, right? It's like you having Arm Guard into a Zed matchup, right? Or like having Ninja Tabbies in an Assassin matchup, or having Merc Treads in an AP matchup, CC matchup, right? So like, you going corrupting pot enables you to do different things in the lane, right? That's the whole point of going corrupting pot, is that you're able to do more things in the lane without having to buy expensive items first, right? You can buy like little items here and there. Why do you think that people that play against Fiora or Irelia go what do you call it, Thornmail first or Bramblevest first? Like, there's a reason they do that, right? Only because like they have to go in to do damage, right? And then when they go in, they get punished for it, right? They can't heal off of it, they can't do these things, but like, and then they get to just play the lane phase, right? Like, even as like somebody like Gangplank or something like that, somebody who doesn't even do well with the item, like, because they don't full buy it or anything like that, it's just there. You don't actually go Bramble, you go like Ninja Tabbies. But like, let's say you bought there, like, it helps you out, right? But you still have to play the lane phase, right? It doesn't auto win you the lane, right? Like, as much as like people meme on it and everything like that, oh, he bought fucking Arm Guards, he fought fucking Ninja Tabbies, he's impenetrable, right? Like, no, like, you can still die, right? There's still numbers advantages, there's still ratio advantages, right?
Sure.
There's still different things, right? If you look on paper, Silas beats Viktor 100% of the time, right? in a 1v1 matchup, right? If there was no minions, there was nothing else, right? Silas is gonna win that. If there's no items, anything like that, just base numbers, Silas kicks your ass, right? Because he heals, you don't. So just keep that in mind. Like, if you build Corrupting Pot, you're allowed to build other things. You don't have to build Lost Chapter first. You don't have to do those things because you've taken care of yourself prior to it.
True. True. I hate that I have to build fucking Oblivion on it. It's so fucking garbage anyway. Doesn't do anything. I really feel like when I got Oblivion Orb, it didn't do anything against him, even though I got it late. I really don't notice a difference at all. But next time I play against Silas, I'll buy it first item, see if it matters.
Okay, so it's not a matter of like it matters. It's just you having it, right? Like, Bunny, are you there? Bunny, are you there? You muted, by the way, if you are there. Okay, so he's not there, but let's say like he plays Vlad, right? You build a Grievous item against him, it's just an automatic tilter, right? It's like, all right, cool, I guess I just don't get to do anything. And it's like, in reality, you can do something, but not to the same effectiveness, right? It negates, like, you know, it's like a give and take when you're buying items from the shop. No, keep streaming. What the fuck?
I am streaming. I'm not playing top lane.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll keep streaming, don't worry. Just apparently closing the client out, stop the stream.
I got another person asking me questions right now too. Fuck me.
Who's asking you questions?
Alpha.
Oh yeah, I saw he's like plat 3.
Yeah, you got on a team too.
Got on a team?
Yeah.
That's cool.
All because of me, baby. No, I'm just kidding. Let's say right now, Alpha beat me in a 1v1 as Zed, but I beat him on Yasuo, which is funny.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was funny. Like, he beat me on my favorite champion, and then I beat him on his favorite champion. It was so fucking funny. He has good mechanics. He has very good
Hey
mechanics.
TTV, how's it going?
Hola.
Yeah, he's plat 4 again.
Yeah, he's saying he's having some problem.
Is he I'm assuming it's a different team than AGC, right? Is he gonna change his name at all? Or
I don't know. I doubt it.
it's kinda weird having it being a part of the team name and then being on another team. Hola, you speak Spanish? Yo sabe pequeño español. Español pequeño.
Alright, I'm gonna go help him out real quick.
That's fine.
Alright.
You speak Spanish and you message English? That's cool. I don't know, waste 1300 RP. Name change. That's pretty funny. 6, 7. Hey, Ghost Gamer, thanks for the follow. Alright, sounds good, Ghost Gamer. Have a good night. Z. Z, 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 Z.
All of humanity is about to be set free. The dawn of a new age has come. The dawn of a new age has come.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So.
Minions have spawned.
Oops.
buddy.
I do. Got him to use his W. That's irritating. We should have just taken the blue and land. I don't know, no reason to stay there. I don't have much mana. Mana up. There we go. funny. Oh no. Oh no no no. No no no. That's greedy. Huh. Gross. I hate missing those. Don't know where Rosetta is. Spot side. Let's see if he comes down. Said dives, Yumi, Twitch, that'd be kind of weird.
Not bad.
Oh wow. Wasn't quite enough. Man misses spot. I mean, move spot. Can apply more pressure here. Get the plate and recall. Zed's here.
For Mecca.
Talk to Alpha.
What the hell is that?
Didn't need me. He's helping
Very
someone
good.
out with League.
Oh. How you been doing, Jackson?
Oh, went and had dessert. And watched a YouTube video about different kinds of pots and pans.
Why am I not surprised? So did Beezer end up telling you what I asked him?
What?
How well he was visiting?
An enemy has been slain.
While he was visiting, I asked him to say something to you.
Oh,
No, he didn't say it. You're a betrayer, Beezer.
I don't even remember.
Has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
What's the mosh pit?
What?
I said, how was the mosh pit?
What are you talking about?
The Blitzcrank, Zed, and Rammus that were just in your lane?
Oh,
Moon?
it was pretty fun. I enjoyed it.
What you eating?
Hmm?
What you eating? Porridge?
Tortellini.
Energy surge detected. A sudden energy surge detected. Radiant energies reconnected. You have slain an enemy.
That's the good news.
Thank you. It was completely on accident.
I know, right? It works. No one else knows that.
Yeah, right? I look like a total scripter on that laser, dude.
I'll watch me play this.
Please hold up. I'm playing some Batman. Oh yeah, shit, man. Let me watch her for computer new kid. Show me the Reaper guy.
I am impressed.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly amused.
I am very much impressed that we weren't able to rotate to that. Wow. What a shame.
This is what
I don't even know what you're doing. Except sitting on a thing and just looking cool.
I'm doing that.
What does that do?
Kills everyone.
The what? Is it actually?
Well, I'm splitting the kills with the Saren. Technically, the Saren's supposed to be stronger than I am, but I guess my build's pretty good. So.
You're just sitting on a thing killing every enemy in the dungeon, basically.
Yep. See those damage ticks?
Yeah.
Oh, and I just every now and then I press 1 and it deploys this little thing that gives me energy to use my fort. So I don't even have to go around picking up orbs. I just sit here. The little blue things are the
Project hard out. How long do you have to do this?
10 waves, but we're halfway through already, and it's been 5 minutes.
Are they trying to attack that?
What? Yeah, they're trying to attack this cryopod thing.
That guy next to you is hitting it?
What? That guy? No, that's the Saren. Saren is using their miasma ability, which has a similar... It's also a nuke ability, kind of like this one, except that one does corrosive damage, which is actually a little bit more on meta. A little bit more damage effective, but my Saren isn't really that leveled up, so I normally just use my Volt, which it's also pretty good. While Saren has the higher damage cap, Volt is a little bit easier to build, I guess. I don't know.
Is it for leveling up characters in this game?
So I'm doing... No, not really.
I guess you won.
What?
I guess you won.
What? Oh, no, not yet. There's still 6 ways remaining. The little platform What was that?
Aren't there like big bosses?
Yeah, but not on this level. This is just like a standard Star Trek.
Yeah. Okay.
What was that?
The Reaper that they were.
Wait, or did you say the one that they recently released?
Yeah, like the Reaper looking.
Oh, that's Sevagod.
You good?
I don't have them yet.
Are you farming?
No, I haven't really been farming for them, but in the meantime, I've kind of just passively collected most of his parts. I just need one more part to build him. I don't know. Seems alright, but I do well enough with the stuff that I have that I'm not particularly needing to farm it, so I've mainly just been focused on keeping up with the Nightwave challenges and stuff to get my cosmetics and stuff like that, just so that I can look good.
Yes, has a.
I don't even have a gun yet. I just have the sword. Because I can just use my abilities for everything.
So the sword is more damage than this.
Yeah, the melee weapons tend to do more damage than guns in this game.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, the range.
But you trade off with it. No, really what does a lot of damage are abilities, as you can probably tell.
Oh, really? I thought this was just skillful gaming and you were landing every fucking bolt.
Damage percent drops, which I'm not paying attention. Down to 36%. Someone has 37%, that's more than me. That can't be allowed.
And you gotta hit the button faster, man. What are you doing? You're a failure.
Actually, I don't want to hit it too fast, because it will actually cancel. If you hit it twice, any enemies that are already affected by it will stop being affected by it.
That makes
So
no
it'll
sense.
actually make it do less damage. You want to hit it just fast enough to get it to proc once on everything.
That makes actually no sense, Jackson. Okay, well, is that how that works?
That is.
Serpent's Fang said,
Cool.
"Sweet."
Hey, look, I'm back up to 37. He's down to 36. Cool. Looks like we're going back down. I have to use my necromancer, and I just Because necromechs do so much damage, man. Seriously, like literally, if you build your necromech's ultimate ability weapon correctly, you can have it like go over the damage cap and do so much damage that the float value overflows and it does negative damage.
Wait, so the visuals bugged on it?
What?
The visuals bugged on it that it will actually just go
The
negative?
the damage ticks.
Wait, it goes in the negatives? What the how does you
Because
break, how do you break it that hard?
Because it does like over 2.147 billion damage.
Holy
The-
shit, what? What? I was gonna say, why don't they just code it so the number's high? That's probably why. Why can it do that much?
It's not really supposed to be like that, but there's ways to build it and use buffs and stuff to get it to do that much damage. That being said, like you can't get it that much damage without buffs. You have to use like a special loadout and setup and whatever with buffs on top of the regular build on it to get it to be able to do that much damage. But even without buffs and stuff, you can, if you've got a good build on it, you can be regularly doing like tens of millions of damage per hit. And it hits pretty quickly, it's fully automatic. It's like bam, 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 bam. And each one of those is like 30 million damage.
You want to hear something really funny? I was watching a friend who was doing a 24-hour stream and he hit 23 hours and 5 minutes and he passed out on stream. So he didn't even finish in 24 hours. That's so neat.
Wow.
Ace.
Wow.
You have slain an enemy.
2 waves for me.
Oh, he actually passed out mid-game. Huh.
I don't know, I can understand that. Sometimes I get super tired, I can't move my hands open.
Yeah, he was up and then he did a 24-hour stream.
Your turret has been
23 hours in. Fucking, he actually just passed out mid-game. That's just what's...
Wow.
One wave remaining.
I don't have flash.
Yeah, this guy's just spamming. See, the problem with spamming that ability is that ability's damage scales with the number of abilities that are affected by spores, and if you kill all the enemies that are affected by spores by using that ability, then it's going to drop off your damage.
An ally has been slain.
Probably why I'm not really doing as much damage as the rest of the time.
You have slain an enemy.
It's hard, not life. Didn't think that he for 10 hours. Getting all on. Did you just crack? Oh, this is your win count. Vita Jackson? These maps are massive. Why is the AoE so big on that ability?
That's not a massive map. That's one of the smallest ones. Like literally, it's small enough that my AoE encompasses basically the entire map. Because I've got like a 50-meter AoE on that ability. Radius, that is. 100-meter diameter. That's why it's called ink. Cool. And let's see, what's this other one? It is 27. What's your vote? Should I use a different loadout or should I use the same one?
You both use the same. Because it's kind of funny to watch when you sit there with using the same exact ability, killing everything in the entire map.
Okay.
Are these all for the same character?
What?
Were all those loadouts for the same character? Or different characters?
It's not really characters, these are different warframes, as you can see. So, like, you have your own character, it's just that you can, like, swap out your warframe just like you would a weapon. So each warframe has its own ability set.
So it's a character. Just, it's the same. Yeah, it's a character.
Well, technically my character is my operator, which is operating the warframe, which this is my operator. I tried to go like up top. I don't know, although I achieved it.
Ooh, like just a guy that's not too much shit. I am here to brawl.
What?
Look, that one guy who shows up to like an event and just like pink flip flops, pink sunglasses with a big pink flamingo hat, wearing shorts and a beach shirt. You're like, yeah, already.
Here, look at that. I can be a ninja. Can I do this kind of thing?
That's where it's at. That match. I think it looks cool. I like the looks.
I got a bunch of other stuff. I got like this helmet. This one's like a fancy helmet that's hard to get because it costs like, I don't know, like 20 steel lessons. Steel lessons you get from doing steel path missions, which is like hard mode.
Hey, NJ, what's going on?
What's that?
Isn't that 1,400 steel?
That's platinum. That's the premium currency. Then there's the standard base game currency, which is credits. Credits aren't really all that useful except for like just, I don't know, generally like you spend credits to build stuff, Foundry, or buy stuff from Zero Premier or Japan. Platinum is used to trade with other players, so that's more useful. And it's also used to buy like cosmetics and stuff from the marketplace. So, like you can actually get platinum without spending real money on it by trading other stuff to other players for platinum, and then spend that platinum on the market for cosmetic items as if you had bought it for real money. So you don't actually have to spend real money on it.
Do you buy new characters? Or get new characters?
You have to build them in the Foundry. I mean, you can also buy them for platinum, but it's kind of expensive and not really worth it unless you're just like,
unless you really want the character.
Just want it right now.
So if there's like a brand new character you're spending really high for, that's when you'll use platinum on it.
Some people do that. I don't really do that.
Why are you
on that.
Why are you not injured?
There's other stuff. What?
Why are you not injured? So you're trying to build a new character. Just not your thing.
I don't really need him. He's alright, I guess, but I have better characters.
I will say,
I'd like to get him at some point. I mean, but I'm not gonna like go seek it out because I know I'm just gonna eventually get the blueprints for him as I just play him over.
Are these all different warframes now?
Yeah.
How many are there?
I think there's like 40 something base model warframes, and then there's like also a prime variant of most of those, and then also like there's like the Excalibur, Umbra, and some other special ones.
What different abilities?
Yeah, each Warframe has different abilities.
Even the prime.
Except, well, the Prime ones have the same abilities as their base variant, except they're stronger. So.
Oh, pay the win.
What? It's not pay to win. You get Primes by playing the game.
Oh, so okay.
In fact, you can't even buy Primes for Platinum.
Okay,
You can buy base Warframes and base weapons for Platinum, but Primed Warframes and weapons, you have to build them from Prime parts. You can buy Prime parts from other players, which is one of the main ways that you can earn Platinum by playing the game is by selling Prime parts that you farm to other players for Platinum. Or you can also buy the Prime packs, which the developers basically will only offer like 3 Prime Warframes on sale at a time for real money, and it's also way overpriced, so I wouldn't recommend getting them. But they do come with like exclusive accessory sets if you buy the packs, so that can be worth it. Except I don't know. I mean, it's like paying $15 for 2 accessories, essentially, and then because it's like $50 for the pack, and if you subtract out the platinum price of whatever it's worth, I don't know. It doesn't seem worth it because you can buy just the accessory packs, but yeah, if you buy just the accessory packs, it's still like $50, and you only get 3 accessories.
Do you think I should install Warframe, Jackson?
If you want,
it's fun.
It takes a while to get into.
Play with me?
Yeah, sure. It'll suck up your time.
You sold me on that, Jackson, just for you. Is that Destiny game?
Yeah. I've got a sea shanty in the new update. Can you hear that?
Alright, never mind, Jackson. Fuck you, this sold me. Should have worked from just with a sea shanty.
It's because of the new update is like Ghost Pirate themed.
Ooh.
That's specifically set up for
I love sea shanties, they're still there. What character do you think I would like the most?
What was that?
What character do you think I would like the most, Jackson?
I don't know. What's your playstyle?
Very tanky bruisers that are capable of putting them on Juggernauts.
I love
basically heavy sustain.
Wukong Prime has like 3 extra lives, so he just basically doesn't die. And he has, on top of that, he has
and he do a lot of
and
damage.
he can go invisible and fly. Oh, he can also make a clone of himself that will also fight for you. And, oh, and he can also basically go invisible for a time.
Maybe I may just get the new character, the ghost guy, the Reaper.
I guess you could. I don't really know all that much about him. He's supposed to be pretty good, but I don't really know. I haven't played him yet. I really like Wukong Prime though. Wukong Prime's great. Here.
Is he the strongest of the characters?
How do you define strongest?
Well, Warframe's a farming game. They'd just be the most efficient at farming and doing what they can do without low risk of dying to set it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Wukong Prime is pretty good. I mean, as I said, he's basically, well, he's probably the second best at speedrunning spy missions because his second ability, Cloud Walker, makes him turn into a cloud of mist. In other words, it makes him invisible, invincible, move fast, and essentially fly with like.
So basically, Vladimir Bloodpool. Got it.
No, Vladimir Blood.
Does Vladimir Bloodpool fly? Can he fly? No. There is another Warframe that can do kind of like a thing where he turns into a pool of water. That's called Hydroid, but it's not really all that great. They kind of got nerfed a lot, and he can only move in 2 dimensions as opposed to 3 along the floor. And he's also really slow when he does it. On the other hand, Wukong Prime is actually faster when he does it than he would normally be running. and he can move in 3 dimensions, and he has pinpoint maneuverability. Like instantly, there's no momentum. He instantly switches directions whenever you press an OT. And it also makes his hitbox smaller, so he can squeeze through smaller spaces. And he can't be attacked while he's in it. And he's also invisible while he's doing it. The only thing is it only lasts for 5 seconds, but you can spam it because it doesn't cost you very much. You get like 5 minutes. Which is why it's great for spy missions, because it doesn't set off alarms. Fly through the laser bar things. So you can literally just fly straight through the vault without setting off the alarm. Go straight to the end. Do the little terminal thing where you have to.
They are getting fucked. Holy shit.
What?
Watch these games. These got all 5 of them just got massacred. I'm watching the stream for watching your thing. You look at the loop.
Aside from that, yeah, you can see what it looks like right there. Can you see the little previews right there? What it looks like?
Yeah. Evaporating to flood and rest and filter any areas around everything. Wukong and his twin.
Also heals you whenever you move around in it. That's the other thing, which is pretty great about it. So you just don't die. And his twin is the celestial twin. Basically, you duplicate yourself and create an AI-controlled copy of you.
Nuts!
And the AI-controlled copy of you also has a bonus to health and damage. It does double damage and has triple health. Or probably over triple health in my case.
It's so much stronger.
And then there's Defy, which makes you invincible for a time. And after the invincibility wears off, you get armor proportional to the amount of damage that you basically negated through the invincibility.
That seems really overpowered.
And it's a lot of armor. Like right now, with the mods that I have set up, I get about 1,500 armor, which has like a 90% damage reduction, and that's on top of my base armor. And then I actually modified my loadout with infusion of dispensary from Protea, which is another Warframe. So I subsumed Protea to helmets, which allowed me to infuse one of her abilities, that being dispensary, on any of my other Warframes. Which I infused that on this one, and it basically, that's the thing I showed you earlier, where it gives you energy and health and stuff whenever you pop it. So it just helps with your sustain.
You gonna play, Bunnies?
The ability that...
Me? Warframe? Yeah, I'm still on it.
The ability that he would normally have in that slot is called Primal Fury, where he takes out like this staff and does good damage with it. It's pretty good if you don't like have a very good melee build to begin with, because it has good base stats, but I have a pretty good melee build, and I can actually out-damage it with my regular melee weapon, so that's why I replaced it with the other build. Speaking of which, this is a melee weapon. It's a Zaw, which is one of the modular melee weapons. Those can be the meta right now, because you can their stats so much, you can optimize it really well.
Apex is doing a $1 million Globe Series Championship.
Oh wow.
Wow!
Wow!
So,
Timeless
Wukong
demoted!
Wukong also has a passive ability, which is the one I think I mentioned earlier. He has like 3 extra lives, so whenever you would normally die, he just like shoots back up to half health.
Did he demote, or did he just never get to diamond?
Special buff. Damage buff.
He might have just not gotten to diamond. He hasn't been playing much solo queue. I don't think he's played enough games. Timeless. He's plat one right now.
He's more games than I do.
Yeah, but like he wasn't diamond 4 at any point in time this season yet.
And no,
I don't believe so.
I thought Timeless said diamond this season.
I guess not.
So, the only Warframes that I think could probably be more survivable than Wukong would probably be... Let's see...
How many frames are there now?
I don't know,
Last time I played...
base ones.
Holy shit.
Let's see. Wisp, I remember, was 41. Or maybe 42.
Last time I played, I think there was maybe
and
27.
there's been a few since then. Actually, let me look it up.
Last time I played the game basically as it came out. I remember there's like so little characters.
4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 20, 32, 36, 40, 44 base.
Yeah. And then there's a prime version of most of those. I think they're up to
4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 primes. So they're 6 short on getting all of them. Or no, they're like
well,
10
the thing
short.
is they keep releasing more Warframes and primes at the same time. So I think
Yeah.
they release like 3 more Warframes a year-ish. And maybe a few more primes too, like 2 more primes. 3. Actually, I think it's 3 of each. Yeah, the most recent was...
Nope, I was right. Yeah, he was diamond a week ago before the plat one.
Oh shit. Wow. Alright.
There it is.
Solo queue's pretty rough these days.
Okay, most recent... Oh yeah, Gara Prime is the most recent Prime. 7,000 courses. Base Prime.
Yeah, he basically has literally just been abusing Ivern up.
You know, kind of the funny thing about Warframe is that at the point in the game where I am, it's actually usually easier for me to get new Prime frames than it is for me to get the new regular Warframes, because the new regular Warframes are usually lost behind quests, whereas with the Prime frames, I can just go farm relics until I get them.
You were so lag. Your stream's laggy. Oh, that's right, because I'm also downloading something.
Anyway, so who else is probably more survivable? Let's say Inaros is more survivable than Wukong. Nidus is more survivable than Wukong. Rhino can be more survivable than Wukong if you can avoid running into nullifiers, but it's kind of impractical. And if you run into a nullifier, then it basically strips away all your damage resistance on Rhino, because he relies on a certain ability for his damage resistance. And nullifiers, if you run into them, they'll like strip all of your buffs and abilities from being active. So it's pretty easy to browse around and do that. So I wouldn't really say Rhino's more strong. I wouldn't say Rhino is more survivable than Wukong. Let's see. Valkyr has the most armor in the game, but she doesn't have much health. So she's kind of a weird one like that. I don't know. The other thing is she doesn't have any other survivable abilities, like how Wukong has his ability to just come back from death 3 times. Inaros is basically immortal. Inaros is the most survivable Warframe in the game, because not only does he have like tens of thousands of health, but he also has a lot of armor. And if he dies, his passive ability basically just says nope and brings him back to life after like a 15-second delay.
So he physically can't die.
Yeah. He's the theme of his frame, of course, is that he's like a mummy. So whenever he sort of dies, he just like turns into a coffin form, and then he just comes back to life like a few seconds later.
If things are so overpowered for the Warframe, how did they make it so they can actually release a challenging update?
Lots of high-level enemies or bosses with like cool mechanics to fight aside from just doing damage. Also, Inaros doesn't really have much aside from survivability. Like, he's the most survivable Warframe in the game, but his abilities aside from that they kind of don't do much. There's not much utility to them, like how Wukong has utility in his Cloud Walker ability or his twin. Inaros doesn't have that. basically, if you're playing a Naros, you might be basically invincible or immortal, but you're relying on your guns for your damage, essentially, or maybe your melee weapon. Which, I mean, depending on what you're up against, that could be fine. Like, if you're up against really strong steel path enemies that are doing tons of damage, that could be a handy thing to use as a Naros with a good weapon like that. Work out pretty well. But it won't be super efficient because there are other warframes that can do way more damage using their abilities.
Oh, I'm Jackson. I play Warframe.
What's going on, Matt? How'd your coaching session go?
Pretty good. Alpha fucking shit on everybody. STF. I felt good. Felt good.
Oh yeah, Nidus. Nidus is probably the second most survivable. So I guess that would make Wukong probably the third most survivable warframe. But the thing is that Wukong has a ton of utility on top of that, which is what makes him my favorite. Nidus, similarly, doesn't really have all of that much utility, kind of like an Naros. He has a little bit with his larva ability, which it's essentially a CC ability. It allows you to pull all nearby enemies into kind of a ball, so you can shoot them all at the same time. But then again, usually damage abilities are generally outclass CC abilities for the most part, but it can come in handy in certain situations. And Nidus's thing is that he also has a ton of health, kind of like an Naros. Not quite as much as an Naros, but I think he has a slightly more armor than a Naros at the same time. I think the overall balance is that he has a slightly less effective HP than a Naros. And while his passive doesn't make him completely invincible, it basically makes it so that for every like 15 enemies you kill, you get a stack of his passive, and basically as long as you hold stacks of his passive, you can't die, because whenever you reach 0 health and you have stacks of his passive, it'll just consume a couple stacks of his passive and it'll boost you back up to like 50%.
Welcome to Warframe, where they're so uninspired with the passive, every passive just brings it back to life.
Well, no, there are a lot of other passives. These are just the tanky ones.
Are they tanky or are they just hard to kill?
I mean, that's the same thing. What do you mean?
Technically not true. If you're tanky, sometimes you can be hard to kill but not tanky. Like, say the Wukong guy just got one-shotted, but he can just endlessly come back. Or like the Mummy guy can get one-shotted, but he just endlessly come back. He's not tanky.
No, Nidus
he's
is
just
definitely tanky.
unkillable.
Naros, Nidus, and Wukong are all
I'm not using it.
They're all tanky as well, in addition to having...
No, Jackson, I'm just separating the fact there's a difference between tankiness and unkillable.
I get what you're talking about. But
So like Tryndamere.
Yeah, it's like you're not tanky, you just can't kill.
See, like Rhino, he's tanky-ish, but he can be killed. He doesn't have that sort of protection from his passive, which I think makes him more exposed. Even if his tankiness can be pretty high as long as you maintain his ability up. He has one ability, I think it's his 2, Iron Skin. So as long as this ability is active, so as long as you're pressing that key every, I don't know how many seconds. 3 seconds is the base invulnerability duration, but it lasts longer than that if you have your but it basically makes you invulnerable as long as this is active. The problem is there are enemies in the game called nullifiers, and whenever you walk into one of their bubbles, it basically tells you being active, you have to react. So that can get you killed with Rhino, especially in higher levels. Chroma can be kind of tanky, but it's kind of weird. His main tank ability is called Vex Armor, so it makes his armor scale off of the amount of damage he has taken. So the more damage he takes, the more armor he gets. So the problem with that is if you're facing really high level stuff that can just like one-shot you, then it doesn't give enough time for his armor to build up, and they'll just die. But on the other hand, it's handy for specific situations because Vex Armor's other sort of benefit is that in addition to making armor scale off of the damage you take, specifically your armor scales off
of the amount of damage that your shield takes. It also makes your damage that you're doing with your weapons, it gives you a damage bonus to your weapons that scales off of the amount of health damage that you take. So basically, as you take shield damage with Chroma, you build up armor that applies to your health. So it gives you a damage reduction to your health. And then as you take health damage, it gives you a bonus to your weapon. Which, the reason that's useful is mainly with bosses. You make Chroma Prime really good for bosses because you can really stack up damage bonuses by intentionally getting yourself damage by enemies. So you can really get a high damage bonus from the deal with bosses. Specifically, Prophet Taker. He used to also be the meta for Eidolon hunting, so he still kind of is, just for like basic Eidolon hunting. But if you really
Hey Tronny, what's up?
There are better ways.
Matt, did you see what just happened?
No, I'm sorry, I was coaching. Oh wait, you mean just now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny.
Like, what the hell? I already dodged once. I really didn't want to dodge, but you know, he said he'll dodge if we sub to his channel. I'm not sure if he was the one who dodged, but I subbed to his channel. Either way, enjoy.
I can honestly just go through each warframe one by one. So the first one is Ash. He looks like a ninja. He can do a smoke bomb and go invisible for like 20 seconds. But that's kind of it. I mean, you can also do like a thing where you teleport behind enemies and doesn't get move on them, where you kill them pretty fast, but it's only one at a time. In a game like Warframe, where you're facing tons and tons of enemies, that's not particularly useful. Except for maybe on like spy missions.
Are bows still not viable?
Bows. I think there's one, like the new. What was it? Yeah, no. I mean, the Kuva Brahma is technically a bow, and it's like the second best primary weapon in the game right now.
Oh yeah.
A bow that shoots like bombs, essentially. Explosive arrows split into smaller explosives and like carpet bomb an area.
Oh wow.
So that's pretty good. It looks like the second best bow, which is an actual bow, is the Cernos Prime. So, and that basically, it's in the top tier of primaries, but it's like at the bottom.
Which primes work best? I mean, which frames work best with it?
I don't know. That depends. I mean, primary weapons are pretty versatile, so they kind of just want to use the best primary that you get.
Sure.
No matter whatever your build is, unless it's like a specific mission where it tells you to only use a certain weapon type, like bow or shotgun or rifle.
Right.
Actually, I'm gonna switch over to sharing my screen so I can show you what I'm looking at. This is a tier list of weapons in Warframe. So this guy, he's the leader of a Discord that I'm actually on, and it's a Warframe tier list cheat sheet discussion Discord. Anyway, what they do on the Discord is they test out all the different weapons in the game with various different builds and try to find first of all the build that most suits that weapon, and then they test those weapons against each other to see which one kills a group of like level 120 corrupted enemies in the simulacrum the fastest. So then like the fastest one is rated at 100%, and then basically the percentage that you see next to the rest of these is like how fast they cleared those enemies relative to the fastest one.
Gotcha.
So like the best bow in the game, which is the second best weapon in the game, primary weapon in the game currently, cleared those enemies 86.7% as fast as the best primary, which is Bronico, which is this arm cannon shotgun thing that I'm using on my weapon right now, actually. So the Cernos Prime is down here at 64.2%, which is the best, which is the worst of the top. It's the worst of the best. Bottom of the top here. Still above the top.
missile launcher sort of thing. Phantasma is like a plasma shotgun thing.
Why do you
No,
have
wait,
so
no.
many
Sorry.
tabs open?
I'm thinking of something else. That's the Arcoplasmor. No, the Phantasma, it does have a secondary fire mode that works kind of like it shoots like a grenade launcher thing, but its primary fire mode is actually a beam. The Phage is another beam shotgun. It has like a bunch of beam tendrils that go out in like a cone. It's kind of weird. It's cool though. This is a modular primary weapon, modular primary kit gun. It is. They just came up with this name as a joke, but it's using the gaze, what do you call it, emitter part. So it's a beam weapon. Except the special thing about the gaze is that, like, at the end of the beam, it has this like disco ball with lasers that kind of gives it a little bit of an AOE to it.
Makes sense.
Regular version of the cone. Comorex is a semi-auto sniper with a relatively high magazine capacity. So yeah, that's Trumna, grenade launcher. Weakness Wraith is a flamethrower. So yeah, it's about what you would expect. It's pretty good.
30 seconds until
Finger
minions spawn.
is a primary kit gun. As you can see, the prosecution is just the name that came up for this specific modular weapon configuration. Tomb Finger basically shoots like a explosive bullet kind of thing. It doesn't have any drop though, so it's not like a grenade launcher. It's not really enough AoE to call it a rocket launcher, but it's kind of like an explosive bullet. I don't know. Still a prime. It's the shotgun. It's Gara Prime signature shotgun. It's pretty good. It just got released apparently. Yeah, I think. Cedo is Lavos' signature weapon. It's a shotgun that does like a bunch of status effects. It has a high status bonus, which goes with Lavos' Alchemist. So he does a lot of status. Zeron's Prime, basically standard bow. It's just the best standard bow there is in the game right now. And that's the top tier for primaries right now. Secondaries actually are kind of in a better spot than primaries right now, which is kind of funny. Your secondaries will actually probably be doing more damage than your primary weapon. The best one of those right now is a secondary kit gun, so modular weapon. They have titled it the Harbinger of Devastation. It's a Spore Lacer kit gun, which means that it essentially fires like a blob of gas, sort of. Here. Actually, it's the one that I'm using right now still. Let me just switch over to Windows. Okay. So it's actually what I'm using right now. I can go to the simulacrum to show you what it looks like. Wait, that one, yeah. So it's pretty nice. Shoots like a blob that makes a gas explosion where it lands. Got a little bit of projectile drop to it, but it does a ton of damage. It just hits really hard in terms of base damage, and it also has a pretty good crit chance on top of that. So. That's the Bubonico right there, by the way. So the Bubonico has two fire modes. This is like a shotgun, and then it's got like a triple grenade launcher effect like that. Which actually, the triple grenade launcher effect is similar to the shots from the Spore Lacer kit gun that I just showed you right here. It doesn't do quite as much damage though. I'll show you how much damage this thing can do. I'm going to simulate a bunch of level 110 elite lancers and shoot them with my Spore Lacer.
this
pretty good.
motherfucker hard to hear? Oh my god, it's so loud.
What?
Warframe.
Oh, are you in the game?
Yeah, I'm loading it up. But I have to make an account. It's so loud.
Anyway, that's the Spore Lacer. The second best secondary weapon right now is the Kuban Nucor, which is the cooler version of the Nucor. It does good status chance. It has good status chance. It's an interesting one because it has a low crit chance, but its crit multiplier is like insanely high. It's the highest crit multiplier in the game. It's like over 10 times base. You can modify it to be more crit. So, on top of that, it also has a beam that chains. So, you can just be doing insane crits with this thing. It just doesn't have a very high base damage, and it has a low crit chance without modding it. So, overall, it doesn't quite do as much damage as the Spore Lacer can, but it's still very good. And it can be better than the Spore Lacer in some situations where, for instance, you need lots of magnetic damage because the Spore Lacer does primarily viral and corrosive damage, which actually is the meta right now. But certain enemies will have immunities to those things, like if you're facing bosses like, what is it, the Profit Taker Orb, you might want to have a Kuban Nucor instead because it's vulnerable to magnetic damage, which is what Kuban Nucor does innately. Rattle Guts, Hit Gun, that's like a submachine gun sort of thing. It does high base damage and has good crit chance to it. Standard sort of thing. Twin Cone Mac are these like twin mini shotgun pistols that are fully automatic that spool up, kind of like the cone, except they're smaller. Cuba Twin Stavas, pistols, dual pistols. Metabolist is a high status chance beam. It also has pretty good crit chance too. The Nell is an interesting one. That is Hero's signature weapon. It's basically like a revolver sort of thing, except whenever you get a headshot, it gives you infinite ammo for a time, and also increases your status chance and crit multiplier. So if you can consistently get headshots with the Nell, you can do a ton of damage. But it's kind of hard to do that. You have to actually aim it.
X's one weakness, capable of.
But it's great for single target damage. Then again, there's stuff like Spore Lacer, which has also really good single target damage, but it's also AoE, so it also has really good multi-target. Kuba Brack has just a pistol shotgun thing. Macarius is actually a pistol that shoots rockets, like a rocket launcher pistol. And they also, I think, they're seeker rockets. This is the Kid Gun secondary version of the Gaze, which is a little bit not as cool because it doesn't have the weird disco ball laser thing at the end, but instead it just kind of changes between enemies, which is also pretty nice. So it's not so bad. It doesn't look bad. Axomati Prime, standard dual submachine gun pistols. Epitaph is actually a new weapon that came out with Sevadoth. I haven't got the chance to use it much, but all I really know about it is that it's like a wrist-mounted energy launcher thing. And I guess it's pretty good, but not quite as good as Aphrodite. Let's see. I barely use that. I do have it, but I barely use it. First Fire pistol. Fulcrum is Static Core, I'll give that an honorable mention. It's not as good as it used to be. It used to be really good, but it's gotten nerfed a lot since then. But it is kind of cool. It basically lets you throw like balls of energy that explode on impact, and it has really good AoE. But it doesn't do as much damage as it used to, unfortunately. I Melee weapons. These are probably the most powerful of the 3 weapon types right now. Best one of those being this machete saw, which is a modular melee weapons are called saws. The machete variant, yeah, it makes up for its lack in range by using a special arcane mod that basically makes it so that it does 200% damage bonus versus all enemies within 6 meters. So it basically makes increasing your range irrelevant because you're already going to be doing 200% of your base damage to all enemies in a pretty wide swath based on the arcane mod. And it has really good status chance, so you can get good status stack status and use condition overload. It gives you like a 4 times damage bonus for every status effect that you inflict on an enemy. So it stacks up. Legion, that's probably the best. Yeah, that's the best non-modular melee weapon. So the best one you could get from like just building it from a blueprint. It has high status chance and good attack speed, and it's probably the best for single player. The problem is that it doesn't. You can't fit the arcane mods on regular melee weapons. You don't fit them on saws, so you don't get like the thing with the machete thing, where it gives you a 2 bonus. That's a heavy blade saw. Heavy blades have high base damage, but they're kind of slow. But they do make good saws for facing Profit Taker, because when you use a melee weapon versus Profit Taker is actually immune to melee damage, but there is a special arcane mod you can install on saws that makes them do like a throwing attack, so you can like throw a energy spear at stuff by jumping and attacking, and that attack's damage scales off of your saw's base damage, because it doesn't factor in like status change and stuff. So that makes heavy blade saws better for doing that. Dagger saw, sword saw, katana saw. Conan Prime is a console weapon. It has a oh yeah, the Keyless Piltache. That's also a console weapon. That's the one I was thinking of. It has a special ability where when you do a slide attack with it, it vacuums enemies in a 14-meter radius toward you, so you can like damage them more. So it's got a really wide AoE on that, which is nice, but it doesn't do as much damage as some of these other ones, but better. Bandit, Giant Katana, Glaive Prime, throw it. Prism Dual Clavers, your sword, you attack really fast, but they don't really do that. Saurus is another throwing weapon. It's cool because it has a special ability that makes your combo counter never tick down. So you just continually throw combo with it. It doesn't do all that much damage, but it can be good if you're using like a Warframe with a special exalted weapon ability, where like, for instance, Korra has Whip Claw, which is an ability that scales based on her melee loadout. So it basically takes the mods that you have applied to your melee weapon and applies them to that ability. So there are some others that have abilities like that, and Saurus can be handy for that because it'll keep the combo counter ticking on, so you can keep the combo counter up throughout it. The staff saw, the full arm saw, Prime, pretty basic. These swords. Another glaive. This one I think the special thing is that it does like gas and corrosive viral damage. Dual Ichor, dual swords. Dual carriers also do swords. Orthos Prime is a full arm. It's kind of nice. Oma's special thing is that whenever you do a slam with it, a slam attack, so you can up while you're up in the air facing it'll do an electric shock to nearby enemies, which will stun them for longer, but it's not really all that. It's kind of cool. And yeah, that's about it for weapons. Pretty good anyway. For Warframes, I already mentioned Atlas is pretty survivable, but his main thing is that he has an ability called... Yeah, Landslide. So it's basically he does a punch, and the damage for that punch scales based on your melee. So it counts as like an assault weapon. So it scales based on your melee, which is pretty nice. So that does a lot of damage. Banshee. Banshee has Earthquake. Or Soundquake, sorry. Soundquake, that's her ult. And it's kind of a nuke. It used to be really good, but it's gotten nerfed since. So now stuff like Bolt and Saren are better. Farouk, he's good. He's really good, actually. Especially for Steel Pass stuff. His abilities, there's Elude, which makes you dodge incoming projectiles. Lull will make you go to sleep. Desolate Hands, that's your damage ability right there, along with String Storm. Sorry, Desolate Hands was also a survivability because protect you from fire. Green Storm is your real damage ability. It's also another sort of exalted weapon style ability because it scales with your melee, and that can do a lot of damage. More so than so it's good to get that. Chroma, I already mentioned his Vex armor. That's his main draw. Ember. Ember is really good for clearing star chart missions versus low-level enemies because he has a lot of AoE abilities, which as you might expect for a fire team. For instance, Inferno, Fire Blast, Fireball, basically just call meteors to come and smash and set on fire any enemies. They don't scale very well to high level, but they do take out low level. Equinox is an interesting one. It has like 2 modes, day and night. Night mode can put enemies to sleep, which is good for affinity farming because you get a stealth bonus whenever you kill an enemy that's asleep. So that's how you farm a lot of XP pretty well with that. And then day mode has Maim, which basically just does damage to enemies when it's very hard radius. It's not as good against really high level enemies, but it's also one of those things that's really good for clearing out a lot of low level pretty efficiently. Or even medium level enemies. It scales a little bit better. Excalibur, basic sword guy, really starter trained. So surprisingly good actually. His slash dash ability it's an exalted weapon, so if you have a good melee setup with it, you can get it to deal quite a bit of damage. Yeah. Frost, not as good as he used to be. He used to be the go-to for defense missions because he could lay down like a snow globe bubble over the defense objective and keep stuff from hitting it. But nowadays there's better stuff that can do similar things, and aside from that, he's kind of crap. So.
You're a crap, Jackson.
Gara.
Oh,
Well,
could
that's what actually, Gara is kind of the one that I'm just talking about. That's basically Frost but better, because Gara has an ability that makes like an expanding glass wall that not only does it keep stuff from shooting the objective, but anything that walks into it also gets turned to glass. And also you can cause it to, if you use another ability to combo with it, it'll like explode the glass into charge, so it'll just damage any nearby enemies, which is pretty handy. And that can actually do a lot of damage to combos with it. Garuda is the vampire frame. I haven't actually played her, but all I know is like she can heal by doing damage with some abilities, but she's not all that great. Gauss is he's the runner frame. He and Volt are both speedy frames, but whereas Volt focuses on sustained speed and also maneuverability, Gauss is basically like a drag racing frame, I guess, because like you can just go really fast in a straight line for a limited amount of time. But the thing is, his speed ability, Mach Rush, you can't really turn it very well while you're using it, and it also doesn't last as long as Volt's speed ability. So, aside from that, he's got Thermal Sunder, which basically just does damage to nearby enemies. It doesn't have a very big AoE, but it can be handy for speedrunning Star Trek missions where you just have to kill enemies all night. Grindel is the fat frame. Chunky. He eats stuff, and I mean that literally. Like, his stomach opens up and eats stuff. It's not that great. But it is kind of fun. Like, one of his abilities is literally called Meatball. You turn into a ball and roll. Like, stuff you roll into gets absorbed into you. I guess when you eat stuff, you get some health back. Plus, he's really hard to get. Like, the only way to get him is by doing a ton of arbitration. Only unlocked after you complete every part of the game. And then once you unlock it, you have to do like, I don't know, 20, something like that, per part for Grindel. So it's I think that. Let's see, Harrow. Harrow is the Dark Priest, I guess it says. He has lots of buffs. He can give you a lot of like crit damage buffs and stuff using his abilities, so he comes in handy a lot. And he can also make you immune to magnetic procs, which makes him super valuable in Eidolon hunts, because Eidolons, whenever you get past a certain stage, they'll do like an AoE magnetic proc that'll sap all of your energy. But if you have a Harrow on your team, he can just give you a buff that makes you immune to that. Hildren has shields. She's interesting because she doesn't have any energy. Instead, she uses her shields to fund all of her abilities.
Where's John at? Does anybody know?
Nope.
And she also has a lot of shields, so she's a shield tank. Though to be fair, shields generally aren't as good as being a health tank because armor does not apply to shields. It only applies to health, so you don't get damage. But shields do regen faster. So. One thing about Hildren that is useful though is that one of her abilities allows her to actually like debuff enemies in a way such that when you kill them, they drop energy levels, which can be handy for other people. And specifically for necromancy and Orphix missions, where you need lots of energy. So you can have a Hildren on your team that'll make enemies drop energy levels for your neck. Hydroid is watery pirate frame. He used to be a good loot frame, but they kind of nerfed his abilities, so he doesn't really have the loot buff on his typical form. And he's also really slow. Like, he has that ability I mentioned earlier where you turn into a pool of water on the ground and you can move around. But unfortunately, it used to be really fast, but they nerfed him, and now it's super slow. It's faster to get the so, sorry to Vara is like sort of bow and arrow focus and a little bit of stealth too. She's pretty good for doing spy missions because of her stealth arrow can make her invisible. But not as good as like as I mentioned, Tucson, or better yet, Titania, because they're just so fast they can just keep killing fighters or have a chance to react.
I'm gonna go to bed. I don't know how you stay up this late. It's because I wake up late. I live the night shift.
Devora is more of the traditional approach where she just goes slower, but still effective. Korra probably has the highest damage output without using a special helmet infused build that you can get on any Warframe. That being with her Whipclaw. It has insane crit multipliers, and if you build it correctly with a good melee stat stick build, because it's an exalted weapon, you can be doing like tens of millions of damage per hit, similar to the Necromancer. And she also has Strangle Dome, which basically makes it's a CC ability. It sets down a dome that will like pull enemies into it and make them dangle from it. And she's also got Vinari, which is a companion pet thing that you can spawn with one of her abilities, and that'll let you like vacuum up by because it'll pick up stuff for you, let you vacuum up nearby. And her Strangle Dome also gives a loot bonus, loot drop chance bonus to enemies that are affected by it. So that's good for looting. Specifically, I'd say Korra is probably the best for farming on field path because she has the damage output to keep up with the enemies at high level, and she also has the loot bonus. So her loot bonuses are not quite as much as others. Lavos is next. He was recently released. He has a bunch of status-based abilities that apply a lot of status effects. Unfortunately, though, they don't do much damage, so you can't really take advantage of those status effects on his own. However, his passive makes it so that his abilities actually don't use any energy, and instead just have a cooldown, which isn't really all that interesting on its own. But the reason that can be interesting is because if you use him as a railjack pilot, so like the crew spaceship in that one mode where you're like flying around in space, you can make it so that the railjack abilities are also cooldown based instead of using them, which makes it so you can just spam them essentially because the cooldown is only like 5 seconds. So you can just spam Secret Quality over and over and just kill everything in the railjack, just use them off, which makes him the best railjack pilot. Next is Limbo. Don't use him if you're a noob, because you will annoy your teammates.
Why?
Because of his ability set. He actually can be super strong if you use him right and for the right purposes. For instance, defense missions or like stuff where you have to escort NPCs, stuff like that. Because his whole ability set revolves around the void and being able to banish things into the rift. So basically, one of his abilities is called Banish. If you use that on an NPC, it'll banish them into the rift to where nothing can do damage to them that isn't also the rift, and they also can't do damage to anything else that isn't in the rift. So if you use that on an enemy, you're going to annoy your teammates because they won't be able to kill that enemy because they'll be in the rift. The enemy won't be able to do any damage to you.
Character I want to play just to annoy people.
The enemy won't be able to do any damage to you or your teammates, but it'll annoy them because they can't kill it. Only you will be able to kill it because only you can actually go in and out of the rift at will. With one exception, that being his passive, that will also annoy your teammates if you use it recklessly. Because whenever he rolls, whenever he does a dodge roll, instead of rolling, he'll actually go into a rift portal and leave an entrance to the portal behind him. And your teammates can also go into that portal. The idea is so that, like, if you want to get your teammates out of a sticky situation, you can roll into the rift and leave a portal behind you, and your teammates can follow you and go invincible whenever they're in the rift. The problem
Can you
is,
trap them then?
The problem is that whenever you kind of just use that recklessly,
your teammates might accidentally go into the portal just from not seeing it because it's kind of smaller looking, it's hard to see. And then they won't be able to damage anything. Like, unless there's a way to get out of it, and the way that you get out of it is by roll. But a lot of people don't know that. They're stuck there until there's but as I said, his banished ability is really handy for like escort missions. And then he's also got two other abilities, Cataclysm and they synergize really well together. One of them is called Cataclysm and it's his Bolt. The other one that synergizes with Cataclysm is called Stasis. So Cataclysm basically makes a giant rift bubble. So that it makes a giant bubble, everything inside of it is in the rift, everything outside of it is not. Anything that's outside of the bubble cannot damage anything that's inside of the bubble, and vice versa, except for by ability. So you can lay that down on a defense target, and enemies won't be able to shoot into the bubble to kill the defense target, or you. Meanwhile, your teammates can just use their abilities to kill the enemy. Or they can, if any enemies walk into the bubble, then you can just kill them. The other thing synergized with that is Stasis. Stasis freezes enemies that are in the rift. So if any enemy is in the rift, it will be frozen by Stasis. That mixes with Cataclysm because Cataclysm puts anything that's inside the bubble into the rift. So whenever an enemy walks into the bubble, they get frozen by Stasis. They won't be able to attack or do anything. That's what makes them so handy. So use both of them on the same spot, makes a bubble, and then any enemies that walk into the bubble just get frozen and they can't do anything. And they just die. So that's pretty cool. And that's really handy for like high-level defense missions and stuff where you just need a lot of CC. He's great at that. Like, versus Sentience. Sentience can be kind of tough to kill sometimes because of their damage resistances. So Cataclysm and Stasis can really buy you some time with Sentience. That's Limbo. Next up is Loki. He used to be the choice for spy missions back when Warframe first released spy missions because he could like do teleport and things and stuff. But there's so much that's better than him now, and he just hasn't really been worked on since then, so he's not really all that great anymore. And
4 defensive items. He got away with building 4 defensive items.
You can also annoy your teammates with Loki by using the switch teleport, which basically makes you and them switch places, so you can just kind of troll them. By switching places with your teammates whenever they're trying to do something.
The fuck is that?
Oh, and he can turn invisibly.
Called scuffed gameplay. So that's called.
Radial disarm is going to use this now.
What skill?
Which one?
It's blurry.
That's
like a Beezer's thing.
Let's see, next up, Mag. Mag is super underrated. Like, well, to be fair, on her own, she's not all that great. But
She just needs attack speed, man.
nowadays,
That's all he needs.
with the introduction of Helmet, you can infuse other abilities onto other Warframes. So,
What did he build
if
first,
you,
though?
if you
Probably didn't build
infuse
defensive to start with.
a certain ability
build
from
his fucking
Wisp
shit
onto
first,
Mag,
then build
she will
defensive.
literally be
I think he builds
the
shield,
most
bow, rage blade.
damage in the entire game. Like,
Yeah,
you
he's
will
smart.
stack damage so fast, you'll be doing negative damage numbers on your little damage
Built for
pop-ups
all of y'all.
before you know it.
Make sure
in
he
an
gets his
entire
1v5.
AoE.
Stupid.
I mean,
So
that's
on
like
her
play
own,
the
she's
game,
not all
right?
that great. But
Build
if you
the
do
core
that
items,
specific,
build
very
them.
niche build,
Adaptable.
what you can
right?
do is essentially,
You don't just build your same
so
things
there's
over and
another
over again,
Warframe
like
called
it does
Wisp. When you subsume her into Helmet, she gives up an ability called Breach Surge,
It's no bueno, for
which
sure.
basically, whenever you kill an enemy that's affected by Breach Search, it'll send out 3 or 4 little seeker things that'll seek the heads of nearby enemies, and it also gives like a damage bonus that scales
What are you doing, Michael?
depending on like the number of headshots you get with it. So you can use Mag's ability called Magnetize, which will make a bubble around a certain area that will just draw all weapon fire, all bullets, all projectiles
into the center of that bubble. So and also any enemies that walk into the bubble will also be drawn to the center of it. So basically, you get a bunch of you place down a bubble. You wait for some enemies to walk into it. You apply breach surge from the wisp infusion onto the enemies that are in the bubble, and then you shoot one of them in the head. When you shoot that one in the head, a bunch of little seeker projectiles come out of them, and then they get attracted into the bubble, and they just keep like shredding through all the enemies that are in there, hitting them in the head, releasing more and more of them, to the point where it just like multiplies the damage over and over and increases exponentially, and you'll be doing insane amounts of damage. Mesa is good DPS nuke sort of thing. She's pretty easy to build. She doesn't have as high of a damage cap as some things like, for instance, Korra or Baru or some of those. But she does still do quite good damage with her exalted pistol weapons. But as I mentioned earlier, secondary weapons don't really do much damage in general with melees in terms of their builds. So naturally, she uses exalted pistols, which is exalted secondary weapons, so they scale off your secondary weapon build instead of your melee weapon build, so they don't have quite as high of a damage cap. But she's still pretty good for like moderately high level stuff. Basically, what her ability is with her exalted weapons is she pulls out her dual pistols and just like instant headshots anything that's near you, within line of sight anyway. Yeah.
Love your videos. They've really helped me get through with Viktor and scale properly into the later stages of the game. I'm glad it's helping you out. It's good.
Mirage is probably the easiest frame to buff your weapon damage with for your like guns. The reason for that is two of her abilities. Hall of Mirrors basically clones you. It makes like 4 additional versions of you that walk in like a formation with you, and they will also use the same weapons that you do, so you can shoot enemies with them. So it basically multiplies your damage by like 5, I guess, and you can yourself plus 4. Eclipse also synergizes with that. It makes it so that whenever you're standing in a lit area, so an area that is lit by the sun or some sort of light, it gives you a damage bonus up to 200% base damage bonus. And whenever you're in a dark area, it will give you a damage reduction. So you'll be harder to hit. So that's an interesting one. Prism is kind of not very useful. Sleight of Hand is a weird one. It's normally not that useful, but if you get a special augment mod called Explosive Legerdemain, then you can use it to kind of troll your teammates in Sanctuary Onslaught. Because basically what it does is it makes it so that whenever an enemy drops like an item, it'll like transmute that item into like a mine. So whenever another enemy walks on top of that, it'll explode and damage them a lot. And the damage scales with the amount of items that are being dropped and the amount of enemies that are spawning and being killed. So the reason you control people with that is because in ESO, it's basically a game type where you're just trying to kill as many enemies as fast as possible in a small map. So that's really oriented towards nuke builds like Saren or Volt, like I was using. So the way you troll your teammates is because, like, normally if you're using a nuke build, you try and go for that high damage percentage. Well, with Mirage, basically you scale off of your teammates killing other enemies, so you can just like steal their kills by using the sleight of hand. Because whenever enemies get killed by your teammates, they drop stuff, and then you use sleight of hand on that, and then that makes more damage for you, and it explodes. So you can basically always out-damage your teammates in ESO if you use Mirage. That's the Necros, the loot frame, also looks kind of like Grim Reaper. He has the best loot bonuses in the game. However, I would prefer Korra for like Steel Path or higher level looting, just because she does more damage with her abilities. Necros is the only real thing is his looting abilities. He doesn't really have much in the way of damage or survivability abilities, so you
kind of falls off. He can be hard to survive with at higher levels. Though he does have immunity bonuses. Let's see. Neja. Similar to Volt in terms of playstyle. He's fast. He leaves like a trail of fire behind him that can damage enemies, but it's not really all that much. And he's more
What you doing, Matt?
but not quite as fast.
Nothing right now, man. Just chilling. Just watching your videos. Your stream auto.
Nova. Let's see. Nova can like teleport. She can drop down like
What's up?
portals in front of her. That can
All the silences in the world today, apparently.
It's fucking disgusting right now.
large
Everyone's abusing him.
And she also has an ability called anti-matter drop, which is just another AoE ability. It's not quite as good as a lot of iron, but it's alright. Let's see. She also can give damage bonuses to your teammates as well. Nyx is down bad right now. Her abilities are basically all mind control themed, so she can like make enemies fight for her, but she can only really do like a few at a time, I think, or maybe even just one at a time. Yeah, I think she can only do like one at a time. So it's really not that great. Aside from that, her only maybe useful ability is Absorb, which is where she just like goes still for a little bit and then just absorbs all the damage that's incoming and then outputs it back to nearby enemies. But it's not as useful because she can't move while she's doing it, and it also takes a while and it's kind of slow. And it also does magnetic damage, which is kind of off meta in most cases. And yeah, not all that useful. Except for maybe some niche things where you're going up against like super high level steel path enemies and you would scale damage a lot, because it does scale with the amount of damage enemies are doing. So maybe that's a thing. But there are better uses for that kind of thing. Oberon, he has heals. He can lay down a zone that gives buffs and heals to teammates, and that makes him good against Eidolons. In addition to the fact that, in addition to giving buffs and heals to teammates, the zone also debuffs and damages enemies that walk into it. And its damage type is radiation, which Eidolons are weak to. So he's good for solo hunting Eidolons. Still pretty difficult to go for that sort of thing. It's a hard game mode to do, especially solo. Octavia. Okay. She is the best Warframe for like super multi-hour long endurance runs in Steel Path where you're versing like enemies with levels in the thousands, because her damage scales infinitely. The reason for that is because she's actually really interesting. All of her abilities revolve around music. So what you actually have to do is you use an in-game sort of UI thing to compose a song, and her abilities deal damage and give buffs and stuff based on you interacting with stuff at the beat of the song. For instance, if you crouch at the beat of the song while one of her abilities, Metronome, is active, it'll make you invisible. If you melee to the beat of the song, it will increase your melee damage. It will give you a melee damage buff while Metronome is active. If you jump to the beat of the song, it will give you a speed buff. Aside from that, you have Mallet, and you have whatever the bass is. So it's percussion, bass, and melody. So metronome is melody, mallet is percussion, and bass. Mallet, Mallet will create a zone, an AoE zone, where if enemies walk into it, they will take damage that scales. So they will take damage in intervals that they correspond to the beats of the song. So each time there's a percussion beat in the song, they take a damage buff. The amount of damage that they take scales with. So this is the other thing the mallet does. It also draws enemy fire. So enemies will attack the mallet instead of you.
So the more damage they deal to the mallet, the more damage the mallet deals to them. So that's why the mallets. That's why Octavia's abilities damage scale.
Oh man.
And on top of that, there's the base, which creates a little roller ball that the mallet actually will attach to, and it'll roll around. So it'll create a moving zone that'll follow you. And the base also does stuff with enemies that are in that zone. Specifically, it staggers them whenever there's a base. And also does a little bit.
Damn, way to shit on him.
So that provides. So that's what makes Octavia the best for super long endurance runs where you need scaling damage and scale.
The dawn of a new age has come.
Versus like lower level enemies, she's still pretty good, but there's other stuff that you're not damage her. I'd say she really comes into her prime probably past level 100 and something maybe. The one problem with her is that she's pretty darn squishy. She only has like 300 health and she has like 4. So yeah, that's why she really revives her. Protea is the engineer frame. Well, she's one of 2 engineer frames. She specifies in, she has a turret that can like shoot stuff.
What the fuck?
Her turret also has infinite punch through, which synergizes well with Nidus's larva ability, because if you use Nidus's larva to group a bunch of enemies together, and then you deploy your turret, it'll hit all of the enemies at the same time, and the turret gets a damage bonus and a crit bonus for each enemy hit at the same time in a throw with the shot, because it has infinite punch. So you can use larva for that. Aside from that, she's got her dispensary ability, which is when I was using her bolt, because I had to use my bolt, and that just gives you health. She also has temporal anchor, which is her ultimate, which makes her rewind time. So if she like, it's basically like Revenant in Apex. So if you deploy it and then you get killed, it'll just rewind you back to wherever you deployed it. It's not all that great though, because you're only you're trying not to get killed, so it's not all that useful for the most part. She also has a grenade fan, just throws something. That's pretty good. She does a lot of damage. There's other stuff out there. Her main utility is her dispensary, and that can be used on other workers. So she's a good one to subsume into your home, which is basically where you like sacrifice it for the weird that on your ship that allows you to use their abilities on other stuff. Revenant is like a weird ghost frame, and yeah, he is kind of but he does have a pretty good AoE damage ability where he like spins around and shoots lasers from his fingertips and kills stuff that's near him. There's better stuff though than that, but it's alright. He does look pretty cool. Rhino, I already mentioned, his main utility is that he has an ability that makes him invulnerable for a period, but vulnerable to nullifier enemies, cancel it. And aside from that, he does have one other ability that's pretty useful, which is this roar, which gives you like a pretty sizable flat damage bonus, which is nice. It falls off at higher levels though, but for low to medium levels, it's pretty handy. Pretty good starter frame. Well, he's not one of the starter frames to pick, but he's pretty good for newer players. You do have to earn him before but he's pretty easy to play. Saren. Saren is one of the 2 premier nuke frames for doing Elite Sanctuary Onslaught or mid to high level distance, so he and Bolt both do fall off at particularly high levels like Steel Path.
Hey Jackson, how do you make it so you can use a mod into yourself?
Have you gotten your arsenal unlocked yet?
Yeah. Just unlocked it.
So go to your arsenal,
Yeah, I'm on it right now.
And click upgrade on like your weapon or warframe or whatever you want to mod.
This is the personal, right?
Hold on, can you stream?
Yeah. Got this one.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, so you, oh no, you're on your mod. You're not in your arsenal. You're in your mod collection. That's your mod collection.
How do I
So
add them?
Exit out, and then go over to your right, left, down at the end. See where the little pointer is, the yellow thing, the yellow marker? That's your arsenal. So see the upgrade option?
Oh.
So those are the mods you can apply to wood.
Oh, I can't add that damage one I had?
That is one that you apply to your weapon. So you have to go and upgrade your weapon. You want to have the polarity match. See that thing that's red? That means it's not a matching polarity. So you want a D polarity in that spot. That one's a dash polarity. So you don't actually have
what the fuck?
You don't actually have a dash polarity on any of your slots, so you can just apply that.
Oh!
The thing is, the way it works is if the polarity of the mod matches the polarity of the slot, if the polarity of the mod matches the polarity of the slot, then it will cut the cost. It'll cut the capacity cost of that mod in half. If it's a mismatch.
What the fuck is that, man?
If it's a mismatch, it'll actually add 2 to the capacity cost. And if there's no polarity on the slot, then it'll just be a...
Oh, my maxed out right now.
Yeah, you're maxed out right now. Your capacity is only 3 because you're not leveled up yet.
Wow. Oblivion Ord's fucking useless, man!
Oh yeah, that top
I mean,
slot
that's
is
not true.
reserved for
You
the
beat him in a 1v1 earlier.
mods.
Because he stayed in a minion wave.
Yeah, you only have 4.
And I almost lost it.
Yeah, but you don't have it. You guarantee losing, right? So.
Can you see where it says capacity?
It is not as strong as it should be.
Left?
But,
That's your.
It's
yeah,
definitely
0 out
help
of 4.
keeping you in the game.
So you have 4 capacity points to spend, and that mod.
So fucking
I
dumb.
played this directly, right? That's what I'm okay. I'm understanding that.
So you may have noticed like the stance mod and the aura mod for warframes. Those are special. That's like a special mod type. The interesting thing about those is instead of costing capacity, they actually add to your capacity, which is really nice. So it allows you to install more mods, and they have special effects. Like for warframes, the aura mods have effects that apply to your entire team instead of just you. And for the weapons, the stance mods will modify your attack animations and the attacks you do with that weapon.
So where do I go to like look for different characters?
To get other warframes, there are different ways to do that. When you unlock the ability to run relic missions, you can farm for prime warframes. But I don't think you do that until you get a certain little ways along in the quest. You can buy stuff for platinum, as you can see it shows the platinum price right there, but you only have 50 platinum unless you go and buy platinum for real or somehow good player. And it's honestly not worth. It's not worth 50 platinum. It's way overpriced. The way you get the basic warframes, the non-prime variants, is by essentially farming bosses on the different planets. So each planet has a boss that will drop the parts and blueprint to a specific warframe.
It's hard getting a lot of the warframes.
It's kind of random chance. I mean, the chances to get a part are pretty high. The issue is getting the part that you need.
Or you want.
Yeah. Because each warframe requires the overall blueprint, it requires the neuroptics or helmet sort of part, it requires the chassis, and it requires the systems. So you have to collect all 4 of those blueprints in order to craft the whole warframe. So, like, I think there's like a 16% chance for a boss to drop any one of those. So combined, it's pretty high, but it's only a 16% chance for each one, so it may take you a while. Yeah, it takes longer. Thankfully, it's pretty fast. Well, if you're at my point anyway. For you, it might take a little while. Because you don't do it. But I can one-shot most of the regular shots.
It's worth breaking news, right?
What?
Peace. It's worth the breaking.
Breaking
I
what?
don't want to start that.
Yeah, just follow the yellow marker. You don't have to worry too much about destroying those things, honestly. Well, maybe at the beginning. You are a newer player, so you may want to focus more on the boxes that you see in place. At my stage, I kind of just ignore them because it takes too long to go and actually try and pull out the box. See, the thing is, for me, at my point in the game, I can just run through the entire game and just collect whatever's on the path, and then just start over again. It's faster that way. Because I can complete like an extermination mission generally in under 2 minutes. Like 2 minutes is honestly like a pretty long run. I'm doing an extermination, capture style Star Trek. Most often I complete that around if I'm doing it solo. Sometimes if I'm playing with other players, it'll kind of slow me down because you have to wait for everyone to get the extraction done.
I see.
What? Congratulations, man. Why?
I'm not like, I'm not nervous, I'm excited.
Should we?
Last one I mentioned was Saren. Oh yeah. So Saren is a great nuke for ESO, Lead Sanctuary Onslaught, where you're just trying to kill as many enemies as fast as possible in a small map. So she has really good AoE, which is good for encompassing the entirety of a smallish map. Her primary damage type is also corrosive and viral, which is meta right now. And so basically what she does is she presses her 1, which is spores, and that basically spreads spores to enemies. So spores also spread, so whenever an enemy comes near to another enemy that is infected with spores, it'll spread to the other enemy.
What's it for?
They also do a damage. Spores also do a damage over time to enemies that are affected by them. And also killing an enemy that is affected by spores will release like a cloud that affects any enemies as well. Aside from that, she has her other main damage ability, which is Miasma. It is an AoE nuke that deals fire damage and gets a damage buff versus any enemies that are affected by spores. So that's why you want to break it. Lastly, she also has Toxic Flash, which gives a bonus to melee damage and also applies toxin. And it also and her last ability is called Pulse. It's not really. It basically lets you like give it decoy. So that's Saren. Next is Sevagoth. Sevagoth is new. I don't know much about him.
Is that the Reaper guy?
Technically like a space ghost pirate guy.
Yeah, that's the guy I want.
He's apparently pretty good. I mean, I've seen him do pretty well with damage. But I don't really know much about how he works aside from that he can like go into a shadow mode where he does
Kind of cool. Titania is the fairy queen. Her thing is pretty cool. She can shrink down and fly around like a fairy, which makes her super hard hit because she's tiny, and she also flies really fast. So it's almost like being able to go into Archwing mode, but in normal missions, and also being super tiny. Her damage abilities are okay. With the right buff and stuff, she can do a lot of damage with her exalted weapon.
Forget about Stride Breaker.
Scale off your hope. Which makes her quite good against Eidolons in some cases. But what she's really fantastic for, is like best in class for, is spy missions. Because when she goes into her fairy mode or whatever and flies around, she's super fast. She's basically the fastest warframe in the game when she's in that mode. And she also has an augment mod or something that lets her turn invisible whenever she deals damage to enemies, like she has a chance to turn invisible. And with her Razor Wing Swarm, it basically does a small DOT against any enemies that are near you. So you can just fly straight through a spy mission, turn invisible, not activate any alarms, grab the stuff, fly to the next one as fast as you can, and fly out of there. So that makes her actually even slightly faster than Wukong Prime at doing spy missions. Still, Wukong, of course, is still great. And Titania. Next there's Trinity. She's the healer frame. She is the medic. She is quintessential for your standard basic 4-man Eidolon teams, because she can heal the healers. Most others can do. Keeping them alive and also keeping your teammates alive. She is not particularly useful in a lot of other stuff, because usually your teammates will be able to keep themselves alive in most other cases.
Question. What are the other ability buttons?
Ability buttons? 1, 2, 3, and 4? You may not have unlocked them all though, because you unlock them as you level up your weapons.
Oh.
So you may only have, you only have your one unlocked right now. What is that? Radio blind? I think it's radio blind. No? No,
It's
just like a slash thing, I guess.
it resets every time I kill someone. Well, no, it just, I can spam and it dashes me to enemies.
Oh, is that slash dash?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, slash dash is pretty good, because it scales off your melee weapon damage. But you have to have a good melee weapon to take advantage of it.
How do I get it?
You just have to start so.
Oh. I figured it out.
Trinity. Oh yeah, so aside from being able to heal stuff, she also has an energy vampire ability where she uses that on an enemy, and then whenever that enemy takes damage, it gives your whole team energy. Which comes in handy if you're using, if you have teammates that are using energy-intensive frames in ESO, for instance, like if you've got a Bolt on your team and they don't have a particularly good build. Like for me, I have leveled up my Bolts a lot, and I have infused Tortilla's dispensary on my Bolt, so I can take care of my
You haven't
energy by
used
just spawning.
tortillas? Like corn or like flour?
Dispensary. It spawns energy. It spawns energy for me.
Okay, I get
So I can use that on my Volt and keep my energy up that way. But if I wasn't as high level and I didn't have that, then it would be good to have like a Trinity on my team. Aside from that, one weird application of Trinity is actually in a game mode called Index. In Index, it kind of turns things around to where instead of fighting a bunch of like enemies that are easy to kill, you're fighting just a few enemies that are.
This
a lot
is
harder
not
to kill
the
than
team
normal.
to give Ocean
Not
Drake
quite
to.
boss level, but a lot harder to kill than normal. And they scale up really high. They have lots of armor, and if you stay in the mission for a long time to try and farm a lot of credits, they'll start to be really hard to kill because they have so much armor and health as they scale. So, cool thing about Trinity for that is the damage that Energy Vampire does to enemies
it might not seem like much, but the cool thing about it is that it's actually unaffected by their armor. And also by their health. It does a percentage-based thing. So, because of that, when you're not facing very many enemies like you are in Index, you can just use Energy Vampire on them, and it'll always kill them in certain hits, no matter how high level they are. So as long as you're not being overwhelmed by numbers, then that can be useful. Sorry, that's why it makes it really good at high level.
Jackson, numbers don't make any sense to me. Please explain. What is the number?
Getting towards the end here, there's Valkyr. She goes berserk, and she also has the highest armor rating in the game, though not as much health as some others. So overall, it kind of balances out to make her maybe a little ways after Wukong, which is about the. Plus, she also lacks the passive, which is like the ability to die, so she can still die. So while she's tanky, she's not immortal. But she gets a lot of melee damage, so that's maybe. So she's alright. Let's see. Next, Boben is the other engineer frame. He focuses on traps instead of turrets. He can lay down traps in the area, and he can use his vortex or bastion, basically. What vortex does is it'll suck energy nearby into the vortex. Basically make it so very easy to shoot. Whereas Bastion is not as useful. It's interesting, he has like 2 ability sets you can toggle between. Bastion is like the counterpart to Vortex. Bastion is not as useful. I suggest staying on Vortex a bit. Bastion basically just, it has a wide area for its CC effect, but all it really does is make enemies get lifted up off the ground. So it doesn't really concentrate too much with balls. But yeah, aside from that, he's got like some traps where he's like 9 layers. Photon strike, stop the targeting region, causing an orbital strike. Not really good. He actually has 3 different uses. One of the ones you saw that I was using was as a boot. His 4 ultimate ability just like sets off like a giant electricity explosion that chains between enemies. Its damage scales with the number of enemies present. So it's useful for heal throws and defensemen. So it doesn't really scale all the back rolls and super levels, but it's pretty good for using items. And it really scales for luck. The other way to set up Volt is just for like speedrunning Star Trek missions. You just basically set him up to maximum power strength so that he just runs really fast and duration, strength and duration. So he'll run really fast for a long time. That makes him sanic. And then finally, the last way that's good to set up Volt is for Eidolon hunting. To provide damage bonuses, use his electricity shield, and you spec into power efficiency and power duration. And that will make it so you can place down a bunch of electric shields. And the thing about electric shields, not only will they shield you if you're standing behind them, but you and your teammates can shoot through them, and any projectiles or shots that go through a Volt electric shield will get a damage bonus. That gives bonus electricity. And that works against the Eidolons because the electricity damage will combine with heat damage, which you can have innately to create a radiation damage, which Eidolons will. So he's really one that you want to look at. Next is Wisp. She is the buff frame. She's also like a weird ghost thing. She floats around. She has a unique animation set where instead of like walking around,
what the fuck?
her one ability lets you like cycle through 3 different types of buffs that you can put down for your teammates. You can buff either max health, you can buff move speed, and melee attack speed, and you can buff. Well, the third buff isn't exactly buff so much as it is like AOE stun damage effect that shocks it. So she's got those buffs that are nice. She's got Soul Gate, which is a damage ability, which makes you like shoot like a command nail laser out of your hands. It's all right. It's not that great. It's okay though. And then the main thing though is Breach Surge, but it's not really so much as it's good for Wisp as it is for using onto other enemies as or other warframes as well. Because as I said earlier, it combines super well with Max. On Wisp alone, it's pretty good for damage, but it's not really its full. Wukong, I already explained him to you. Next is Zaku, the Broken Warframe, assembled from parts of various warframes. It's also known as the Skelly Frame because Zaku's ability is you can like explode off his casing and turn into like a skeleton, which gives him damage reduction. And in addition to that,
John, you see what I posted in real
Zaku's main damage ability is called, what was it, Zata's Whisper, I think? Yeah, Zata's Whisper, which basically makes you steal enemies' guns, and the guns will like magnetize to you and float around and shoot enemies automatically. And it scales based on the enemy's damage output. So that's also, it's probably the second best for super long endurance, high level steel path endurance runs after Octavia, because the damage scales with the enemy's damage. But it's not quite as good as Octavia because it doesn't have much parry, but it does have a high fire rate target. Sorry, was that? I said Zata's Whisper. Sorry, not Zata's Whisper. Grasp of Luck. That's it. Though Zata's Whisper is also nice because it gives you void damage on your attacks, so it's the damage bonus, which is just kind of handy. So there's that. Zaku is also more survivable than Octavia, which is also kind of nice at high levels. But it doesn't really. It's still outweighed by the amount of damage that Octavia can put out at those levels. Lastly, the last frame, Zephyr is Bird Frame. She has a passive ability that makes her float around, so she has like lowered gravity settings on her. Kind of neat. And aside from that, her abilities, she's got Tailwind, so she can like fly into the air, kind of like a dash. Except instead of just going forward on the ground, she can like fly up into the air. I think she can also do like an infinite, what is it called? The aim glide. Like normally with Warframe, if you jump up in the air and then hold your aim button, it'll keep you from falling. But she can like hold that indefinitely because she's a bird apparently. She's got Air Burst, which is like a dive bomb sort of thing. You can, if you're up in the air, you can like dive down on enemies with Air Burst and will do.
Michael, do you want to play
damage?
Apex with me?
Not really all that.
And John? For a while you take a break from League?
Her ult is Tornado, which
Are you good?
Just spawns a bunch of tornadoes that damage enemies and fling them around. Though it's not really all that great because it doesn't do all that much damage, and it also flings enemies around instead of grouping them up, which your teammates may be annoyed by. And honestly, her best ability is probably Turbulence.
Anybody there?
Yeah, I am. I'm just listening to Jackson while I eat my sour cream and onion.
Turbulence is probably her best ability. Basically creates a wind
You fat
shield.
fuck.
It creates a wind shield
I just
around
drank
her
a beer.
that
I'm fucking trying to take the edge off, and you know, these chips helping.
They smacking it, they bussin'. Is that what the kids say now? They bussin'.
The windshield repels
so
any incoming
with his
or
chips,
outgoing
dude.
projectiles. So it'll increase the projectile speed of any like grenade launches that you're using, and it'll also keep enemy projectiles from hitting you. It'll basically make you immune to them, and it'll actually redirect them back at the enemies that are shooting at you. If they're using projectile weapons, it won't make you immune to hit scan weapons. So it's
Wait, I'm not using his dialect. Give me a second. I got this.
but it is pretty good. Though as a whole, Zephyr is not really all that great, but she is fun to play because she floats around like a bird. And that's the last one.
Oh, Michael swapped over genres. He's coming over to Apex.
And now I need to go get some water because my throat is dry.
You were just
But I've
talking
been
for the
talking this whole
past
time.
hour and 30 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys. I mean, I know how, but you know.
I don't know how. I don't either, John. I don't either.
I was drinking the entire time.
I was literally playing Warframe, sitting here laying on a bed.
I just turned his conversation into my background music.
Yeah.
Get
Jackson was
shit
talking
on.
to, like a painting, like. You ever
Well,
seen,
it wasn't
paint-
directed towards me. Like I wasn't supposed to be paying attention. I'm in the middle of playing my game, so.
You ever
God
seen
damn.
You ever see paint dry? I'd rather do that.
I mean, I just
in the background.
muted him. Like I just muted him because he wasn't directed to me either. So I was just like, you know what? I'll let him talk. I've had this conversation with him about Warframe before. I don't need to hear it again.
It was very informative, though. I'll tell you that. It was very detailed and descriptive. The only thing he needs is like badass laser beams and like a video.
It's true.
Michael,
Oh,
you
I
should play
can
Bloodhound
do that.
and get the heirloom out.
Here. Laser beams.
He got it out.
For a fucking god, if you throw. Hold on.
There we go.
Play Valk.
By the way,
No, I didn't want to play crypto. I'm dodging.
This is
Done.
the
Are you
modular
actually-
phase kickdown primary.
I meant to
Look,
play Swanson.
laser disco ball.
We're not
Laser
playing
disco
ranked,
ball.
so it's fine.
Laser disco ball.
We can
Yeah,
just
we
drop
literally
hot
just
if you
back out.
want.
That works too.
Do you
Make
have a
it
laser
more-
disco ball?
No, I don't, Jackson.
Well, John, by the way, if you want a tip that'll make you feel better, just know you'll never do worse than me in an interview.
I can't
Damn, John.
believe I can't believe these games, and
Oh, I have my camera on. What the fuck?
every single time it looks like I have an edge, or it looks like he made a mistake.
Your karma shat the bed.
It wasn't.
Oh,
She
sure.
literally took a free arrow to the face when she could have dodged it with an empowered movement speed. I like watched the whole thing and I was like, wow.
Air to the
Sir,
knee.
did you see what I added to the rules?
Yes.
No,
I
I got
saw.
punched off.
It's just I
John, you knocked one.
don't know what to do, man. A champion. I thought I figured it out. It looked like I figured it
I
out,
got assist for that.
and then it didn't matter.
It's silence.
Yeah, but it looked like I had it figured out. Like I had it.
Over buff that champion went from shit to receiving just 4 massive big buffs in a row. Now it's just overpowered as fuck.
I guess.
He's cracked. He's cracked. Oh no.
One shot.
Yeah, he wasn't one shot, unfortunately.
Where are you
No,
guys
he's
at?
now is one shot.
Yeah, he's one shot right here, John, Michael. He's rezzing right now.
Take the zip. Take the zip.
Hit him
He's
with the
coming for
axe.
us.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Oh no! Monkey! Monkey! Monkey!
Here,
Monkey!
Cover each other. Cover each other.
I got you! I got you! Oh no, John!
I'm going. It was nice knowing you, my brother.
I'm like, no, please, no, 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 no! No! No!
You know what the worst part? Oh, not the worst part. That they're really bad. All I had was a PK.
I mean, Michael's actually shitting on them right now.
Fuck.
Dead gas. Just farted on them.
Ran out of bullets.
Come on, guys. I'm carrying you guys. What's going on here? I got 1 kill. Where's the kills?
I got the assist. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Just beat the shit out of him.
Oh, I needed to get 2 knocks as crypto. Okay, I guess that was kind of worth it. I'm not playing crypto anymore though.
Dude, this game is so fucking unoptimized for streams. It's ridiculous.
It is. It's fun though.
It makes the game lag so makes the stream lag so hard.
That's why you need the 30